Hey, Star fam. Woo! How are we all doing? I'm probably going to be talking like this for a week or so. Probably a week and a half. Don't make me laugh too hard. Anyway, how are we all doing? Oh my God. I just got back from a really fun trip. So that is why you're fine. I was actually going to wait to do this until next week, but there's so much happening with this cast online that I'm just like, I feel like next week I'm going to be doing a Love is Blind update or something like that. So I'm like, let's just talk about it now because I feel like the way how messy this cast is, especially Alex and Devonte, I feel like we're going to have so much to talk about next week. And I just want to get this reunion out the way. I will say the reunion has some stuff. Like there was some things going on that we absolutely can talk about and get into it. So let's do just dead. Give your girl some time. Only me, only me will decide to get all this dental surgery done right when summer is approaching. I should have did this in the fall. Why am I doing this now? Anyway, so this reunion, I won't say that it was bad. I will say overall, I think that Nick and Vanessa, especially Nick, did a much better job hosting than they normally do because we got some questions answered. And normally I don't look forward to the Love is Blind reunions because we never get the questions that we want answered. And at least this time we got something. I know the bar is in hell, but they normally give us nothing. So for them to finally give us something, I'm just going to, celebrate that. I didn't get a lot of other things that I wanted to get answered. I just feel like, Vanessa, you're a woman of color. So you should have asked Devonte why, as a man of color, because I know he doesn't consider himself black, although Netflix does. Messy, child. But I think you should have been like, so Devonte, you're a man of color. You never dated a woman of color. Is that why you could not see yourself with Britney? Because that is not your preference. And if that is the case, why would you come on a show called Love is Blind? That would have been a great question. Maybe she answered it and it got cut, but I'm just like, that was a huge issue of why those two didn't make it. And that was not answered. But again, these people are white and white adjacent. So they're just not going to ask those questions. And unless we get Black people in the position of hosting and casting, this show is just going to look the way it is. And again, it is not a show for Black people. It is a show for everybody who wants a mainly white audience base. So this is what their shows are going to look like. But it's still so frustrating because I'm just like, it's right there. Why can't you ask that? But overall, this is the better reunion from Love is Blind. So we open up. I don't know why they're doing this. I got to be honest with you. Unless it's Lauren and Cameron, I don't need to, and Brett and Tiffany. I don't really need to see anybody else. Like, I'm good on you guys trying to make fetch happen with these former contestants. We're good on them. We're good. If they weren't able to flip their 15 minutes, stop trying to force it. We need to just put regular audience members or don't have an audience at all. I don't know why audience is necessary for Love is Blind. I don't get it. It just doesn't make any sense. I think the Housewives reunions are very great and there's no audience. I just don't know why there needs to be an audience. I don't know why we keep on going back to the older couples. If we're not following them now, we're not going to start because we saw them at the reunion. So I just didn't feel like that was necessary. I will say this. They showed Carlton. Remember Carlton, who was the Black guy who was bisexual? And I think he mentioned that he was bisexual before or after the pods. Anyway, he was with that girl that he just totally treated like garbage and was talking about her wig when they broke up. And she started singing lyrics to Lemonade. She sang the whole chorus while breaking up with him. Anyway, that is Carlton. Here's the thing. They mentioned Carlton like it was a good thing. When they said, oh, Carlton's here, I was just like, why would you invite him? Have y'all not seen That man on the internet, he is horrible. He's a terrible person on the internet. He's terrible on Twitter. He's even worse on Threads, but Threads gets him together. But he is so terrible. The last time I saw him, he was getting packed up on Threads. Mom. The last time I saw him, he was getting packed up on Threads because he was cussing out black women, and he was just like, black women don't want me because I'm bisexual. And, yeah. And he was just like, I could love a woman just like I could love a man, and that's why I don't want them anymore. I'm only looking for white women. That was the funniest comment section to date, because the black woman in the comment section is just like, baby, it has nothing to do about you being bisexual. You're a terrible human being. And a white woman were just like, oh, we don't want you either. So it was like black woman and white woman came together to just roast that man. But he is very nasty and very mean to women online. So I don't know why they invited him and act like it was like a badge of honor. I'm like, he's terrible. Why would you even have him there and not the Lemonade Girl? I felt like she would have been much better than Carlton, but to see him, I was a little taken aback. Like, why is Carlton here? But you know what? They don't do their research. They do not do their research. He honestly needs help, because, guys, if you go to his Twitter or his Threads, it is all the same thing. He is crashing out over black women not wanting to be with him because he's bisexual. It's not funny, but it's just like every post, he needs help. He really does need help. So let's just start with Vic and Christine. Let's just get right into it, because the show starts with Vic and Christine. And obviously, I've been holding back. I think I kind of said what I wanted to say, but I've been holding back a lot just because, interracial dating within the Black community, especially when your partner is white, is still just very taboo. And the reason why it's taboo is because, hello, descendants of enslaved Africans, and I feel like for a lot of the community, it's just very odd for one of us to get with somebody from an oppressive community. And especially when it is concerning marriage and children, because it's just so intimate. And it's just like, because you dropped your guard to be with an oppressor, that doesn't mean that everybody in your community feels the same way. So there's always this tenseness, and it's becomes very uncomfortable for the Black person who's in that relationship with the non-Black partner, especially when the partner is white, because it's just like, you have this relationship, this comfortability with them that you want us to have, and it's just not, for a lot of us, normal because of the trauma that has survived with our people. So it's always just a very, very, very touchy subject, but it's the reunion. Now I can say whatever I want. I don't have to talk about these people ever again. Vic and Christine are boring. They're very boring. And we just have to be honest. I think maybe, no, I'm not even going to lie. I was going to try to lie to make them feel better. I was going to say, I think maybe if Lauren and Cameron were on this season, we would feel the same way. But it's just not, right? And I think a lot of people who really went up for Lauren and Cameron are looking for another interracial relationship that has that kind of star power, and they really wanted to make it work with Vic and Christine, but it's just like, these two are just not TV people. Even Christine, she was just like, my friend said that I was too boring to be on TV. They were not lying. And I thought that Love is Blind followed Vic and Christine, and no shade, they're nice people. It's just not entertaining. And I'm not saying that they have to be messy to be entertaining. We really loved Lauren and Cameron because they were entertaining. You know what I mean? And I think it was just because we watched Cameron really court Lauren, and he had to court somebody who was very apprehensive about dating and marrying a white person. And we just really saw that authentic love form. We never got that with Vic and Christine. And either we never got it because it was never there, or we never got it because they were just too boring for the show to film. And we just have to be honest here. I know the swirlers, I know the Loving Day people really wanted for this to be Lauren and Cameron, but it's just not, y'all. And we just have to be honest. They are boring. Even at the reunion, You're not, and you know what? I won't say boring in life, right? For TV, they're just not made for TV, and that is okay. TV is a very hard media forum to conquer. It's nothing wrong with them not being made for TV, but it's just not working. And I feel like so many people are trying to make it work because they really want another successful interracial relationship. Because honestly, that's what Love is Blind based their show off of, right? Love is Blind was supposed to be a show about people marrying somebody who was not their type because they couldn't see him. That's what the show was supposed to be about. It has not been successful in that because love is not blind. Lauren and Cameron worked out because they were both attractive. Vic and Christine, I don't know. I was going to say Vic and Christine worked out because they're both attractive, but black men never marry up. I'm sorry. Like, black men don't have the same standard for non-black women facially. Or just all overall. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes for a lot of black men, a Mucinex man would be like a step up for them. It's just like looks don't really matter for them. Luckily, Vic lucked out and got Christine because it's just not a norm for brothers. No shade, but we talk honest here, right? Y'all never get baddies. Anyway, so that's what Love is Blind was supposed to be. It was supposed to be like, oh my God, this jock who only dates, size fours just fell in love with this plus size torrid model, that's what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be looks are off the table, looks, culture, all of that is off the table. It is just two human beings finding each other. So everybody thought that this was going to be the interracial dating show, the interracial marriage show, the big girl, the big girl, small dude show, the Asian guy and black chick from Philly, the Asian guy from I don't know, Kentucky, and a black chick from Philly falling in love. That's what the show was supposed to be. So it's not like nobody wants, interracial relationships on the show. That's not it. This is what the show was supposed to be. It's just, unfortunately, these interracials just aren't it. And you're trying to make them work. And it's like, no, they work for the real world, not TV world. And that is okay. And I also want to be very honest here. And there's nothing wrong with this when I say it. These two, love was not blind for them. Vic was coming in to find a white wife. Christine was coming in to find a black husband. That's what they both wanted. He wanted the white wife. She wanted the black husband. There's nothing wrong with that. They both have a type. You shouldn't come on Love is Blind unless you have a type, though, in my opinion. But unless you're willing to put that type aside, these two are not willing to put that type aside. Christine was leaving with a black husband, and he was leaving with a white wife. Again, there's nothing wrong with that. I have a type 2, 6'5", 225, all the way live, dark skin, low cut Caesar with a deep wave, Philly beard.
What? Girl.
Built like a Mack truck, no kids. So we all have our types. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just being honest. Like, these two knew what they wanted, and they came on the show and got it. Good for them. Good for them. But we're not going to sit up here and act like Vic would have walked out with anybody. We're not going to sit up here and act like Christine would have left the show with Connor. No. She said, I'm here for a Mandingo warrior. And she got it. She got it. She got it. Also, Vic, attractive, right? I'm not jealous because, a white woman took another black man. No, it's not for me. Okay. He's an attractive guy. Not for me. He's also not Black American. So it's not my tribe being pillaged. So I'm okay. She not stealing nothing from my tribe. So it's not about me being jealous. I'm just going to be very honest about my observations and what I think is actually happening here. These two were just boring for TV. These two absolutely, love is not blind for them. They absolutely came here for the partners that they left with. And if the experiment worked for them, congrats. I will say the show is not making me believe this. There is something not just about Vic and Christine, this entire cast, to me, that feels like propaganda. It didn't feel right in the beginning. And now at the reunion, it just put it all together with a little bow. And it just makes me feel like this season and probably the seasons to come are going to be very white evangelical propaganda. And that's what this felt like. I've been feeling it the whole season. I couldn't put my finger on it. And then I see this reunion and I'm just like, this is where Love is Blind and probably a lot of TV is going. It just felt like propaganda because when they were talking, nothing that they said was amazing. But the audience, oh, everybody was just acting like he wrote her this Shakespearean poem about how much he loved her and like this relationship was so groundbreaking. When Nick was just like, "Oh, you said when you said that you can't see her, but you see her," or something like that. And I was just like, "Oh, oh, oh," and I'm like, "Are you okay? What am I missing? What's happening?" But it wasn't resonating with me because I am somebody who constantly decolonizes and decenters, so that propaganda don't work on me. But I started to realize that this is what's happening here. This show is propaganda. TV is going to look so bland and so terrible and so oppressive. TV and film for a very long time. Celebrate sinners because I don't think we're getting anything like that ever again. For a long, not ever again, before a long time, child. Especially with the mergers. Welcome to TBN all across um, the board. And I also have to be honest with myself as somebody who decolonizes the decenters daily. The the Christian propaganda that this couple is pushing, right? Because as somebody who grew up in church and is absolutely decentering that from my life, we've seen this. I've seen this, right? We've seen couples like this. We've seen how it's, oh, we don't have a, there's no issues. God is in control of everything. Vic was like, she put scriptures on my computer and it sounds, I'm telling you, I grew up in this. It sounds so good. It's just not realistic, right? It's, oh, we pray together and we read Psalms together. She's a Proverbs 31 woman. It's all sounds and looks so beautiful, but it just covers up the actual work that you are supposed to be doing. Because what's happening in America today, where these people live, and they live in a very red Ohio, it's serious. And y'all are going to raise a child who, if they end up looking more like their daddy, you are not preparing them for this world that they're about to enter into. If everything you do in this relationship is, oh, our child got called the N word at school today, but we prayed about it and God is in control. No, you got to go up to that school and you got to punch that principal in their chest. Like you are going to have to, you're going to have to do some work, right? Frederick Douglass can't stand that man. May he burn in hell. However, I do love this quote that from him, and Gibson Collins come right out repentance, but he said, "I pray to God daily, 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 and God did not answer me until I prayed with my feet." You can love the Lord, you can read the Bible every day, you can be doing the work, right, the spiritual work. If you are not actively applying that to action, it won't work. You got to go through the blood of Jesus first and 10,000 angels. You got to apply the Bible to actual action, right? If you want it to work. But just saying these things is not fixing anything. Oh, I love coming home to him because we pray together. Okay. Y'all gotta do something else besides praying. But we've seen it, right? We've seen, the couples, and it's God is so God created him just for me. Okay. Amen. Amen. Because the stories that come out anyway, we wish them well in Jesus' name. We wish them well. May they continue to write all the scriptures that they need to write to each other. Having said that, I am falling for the propaganda that this is a happy couple. I gotta say, the way this show is at is that good?
What?
The Sedona water? Because I wanted to try it, and it seems like you're taking them all down. So just
I had one.
Okay, I'll just because by God, today can you just leave one?
I thought you couldn't even talk.
I can't.
But I brought you some trail mix too. I think you haven't eaten that.
Anyway, I will say
It probably is.
Okay. Thank you, Melanie.
Yeah,
I know you're right. I just wanted to ask because I thought you were going for another Sedona water. Because I didn't try one.
You need to get some more of those cash apps on that thing so you can get you
Don't listen to her. Don't listen to her.
Star.
Don't listen to her anyway.
The one that burnt up the house.
You need to double up on that stuff. Don't worry on me.
Anyway, I will say this. I am kind of falling for the propaganda. I feel like the package that the reunion gave this couple sold them a bit better to me. They do seem very happy, and I do think that they fit for each other. And I think that, I don't know if they're going to have a successful relationship, but I will like for them to, because they just seem like two really nice people. And I honestly wish we would have got more of their story, but I'm just like, was there anything else to show us? Or did the show just say, no, this is just going to be the Christian propaganda and we're not going to dive into anything else? Because if we show the other things or if we show them having issue, or if we show them having tough conversations, it doesn't fall in line with the Christian propaganda narrative. Maybe that's what it is, but these two do seem nice. And listen, good luck. Also, Vic is very Harry Belafonte and Sidney Poitier coded. This was always going to be how he ended up. This was always going to be his future. And I will not be explaining that any further. The girls that get it. Shout out to Eartha Kitt. Anyway, Amber and Jordan. Let's get into them. This was sad. Oh my gosh, this was so sad. So Jordan they start with Jordan. And here's the thing. I guess now they're just trying to mislead us now with people sitting next to each other, because I'm seeing everybody sitting next to each other. And I'm like, oh, are these couples still together? No, they are not. Aaron and Jordan are sitting next to each other. Nick goes to them and they start speaking with them. And Jordan's just like, oh, we're divorced.
Immediately.
Like out the gate, 4 months of marriage. And Jordan was just like, I'm done. I'm out. And I guess Amber didn't expect for him to start telling all of their tea. But Jordan, he let the chopper sing and he started saying everything. He was saying that Amber's life overwhelmed him, and it was just a lot for him to take in.
And he knew that in the beginning before he said yes. He knew that before he went to the office. He was not
You're what?
He was not
You're I think it's not in the fridge. Also, you don't take that out. You took that out.
A couple times because it's in the motherfucking house. I've been running out. Do you want me to do that? Oh no.
But I got a Costco size. I got a jumbo size, so you can just take a little bit. You don't take the whole thing out the house.
You know what? Is you on a live?
I am on a live. It should be in there. If it's not, then it should be. I think it's in there.
Yeah, I checked 6 times.
You gotta look. Clean them glasses. It should be
if
on
you
the
get some more of those cash apps, I could get another.
It should be on the top shelf.
I am currently on. This is about year 7 on these classes.
Okay.
So if God forbid you get a ching ching, what is it called?
First of all,
what is it called? Thank you for the super chat.
The Star family is not responsible for your terrible insurance.
That's what you turn AI. You're like, thank you so much for that super chat.
The Star family is not responsible for your terrible insurance. Anyway, Amber and Jordan. So he just basically, Jordan was just like, Amber's life overwhelmed him. But also,
but he already knew that. I keep telling you that.
No, Mom. But also, he did not. Jordan, we talked about that. Jordan did not want to say I do. But I also think that Amber like caught him off guard when she said yes. I don't think that these two were supposed to get married. I'm live, AJ. I don't think that these two were supposed to get married. I think that Amber saying yes threw Jordan off, and I think Jordan didn't want to hurt her feelings, so he said yes too. So listen,
you don't get married not to hurt nobody's feelings.
Mom, you also don't get married in 4 to 6 weeks on the TV.
Involved.
Yes, but that's not Jordan's fault. Amber shouldn't have brought her child to this experiment.
Amber was not ready. She's looking for any man.
Amber, no, I don't think Amber is looking. We'll get into it. So he was very overwhelmed by her life, but he's been overwhelmed by her life. And Jordan did not want to say yes at the altar. He's a grown man. He said yes, so he had to stay in this commitment. But I think for Jordan, he was only buying time, and he was looking for Amber to do something for him to rack up enough excuses to be like, oh, I tried, and this isn't what I wanted. But I honestly think that he did not. I do think that he liked her. I don't think he was ready to marry her. I think Jordan needed more time, and I think that those two, he should have said no to her, but I think he also didn't want to lose her. Jordan didn't want to marry her in that moment, but he also didn't want to lose her. So he said yes to stay in the relationship because he felt like if he said no, Amber would have been like, screw you, I don't want nothing to do with you.
But I don't think she was ready to come on there.
She wasn't.
She wasn't ready.
She wasn't. Yeah, Mommy just makes herself a co-host, but the Star family loves it. So because he didn't want to lose her, he said yes, and he should not have, because he was not prepared to be a husband. He was also not prepared to be a stepdad. He also did not want to leave his life behind. And for Amber, I felt like the telltale sign for her should have been the fact that he was not moving in with her. You have this beautiful home out of the city in an area that is good to raise children. Jordan didn't want that lifestyle. So he stayed in the projects where he lives because it is closer to the city. Because he still wanted that lifestyle. So there were
fair though. He wasn't looking for a dad. She was looking for a daddy for her daughter.
Yeah, but she expressed that to him.
He was looking for a wife. He came on that show looking for a wife.
Jordan wasn't looking for a wife. Jordan wasn't looking for a wife. Jordan was looking for a girlfriend. Jordan did not want to leave the bars. And Jordan knew that Amber had a child and still said yes to marrying her. Now, we like Jordan. He's our jolly white giant. However, he's absolutely responsible for lying to this woman. I think he wanted to be in a relationship with her. I think he wanted to continue dating her. I think he did not want to marry her, and he said yes because he didn't want to lose her.
Well, clearly, the whole situation.
Everybody wants to be on this show. You're not going to come on TV for no reason.
Everything.
They wanted to come on TV as well.
The situation stressed him out because he looks totally different from out the last time.
Well, he said that he was nervous to be on in front of a live studio audience, which is
I have
understandable.
additional notes, but I'll say them off the camera.
No, I'm talking about as
Okay.
slowly.
Well, Mom, he's destined to be a big boy. No, he is. He's destined to be a big boy. And the older you get, that metabolism slows. Jordan's going to be a big boy.
All that beer.
Yeah, he likes the beer and he likes the bars.
Mm-hmm. Like the kid.
No, that's Connor. So anyway, while Jordan is telling all of their tea, Amber is looking at him like, oh, I know we was going to let the chopper sing. So if you want to let the chopper sing on our tea, but you're just spreading mine, let me start spreading yours. And she was just basically saying how he played her. And she felt like her life actually overwhelmed him, and he didn't really want to do it. And he said yes, but he didn't really mean to say yes. And I agree with her. I agree with Jordan.
I
agree with Jordan and Amber.
don't.
Why don't you agree with Amber?
I don't agree with her because they had a conversation.
He should not have said yes, Mom.
Yes,
that's where Jordan went wrong.
He should not have said yes, but she understood. She said, I know this is a lie. And he didn't want to embarrass her there.
Mm-hmm.
So he said yes.
Wait, hold on, homegirl. So how was that Amber's fault?
I'm just saying, she was all over the place to me before they walked down the aisle.
Keep in mind, she's a boy mom, but she had daughters. Again, how was that Amber's fault?
No, I was mad at him too because he's telling his sister he don't really want to do this.
Yes, Jordan should not have said yes at the altar. He should not have
even came to the wedding. He should have been honest with her.
Well, I think they're contractually obligated to make it to the altar.
Because he wants them checked.
Yes. Mom. Now listen, these people are not coming on this show to find love or a partner. It's also fame. Fame is addictive. Anyway, so Nick starts talking about Amber's daughter, and I think Amber was chill until the conversation with her daughter happened, and she was just like, she didn't like how Jordan, no, she does not. Mom, she didn't like how Jordan built a relationship with her daughter. And she was just like, I did not like how you came into my daughter's life. You started this relationship with her, and you came to my house and broke
her, and she don't know him.
Let me just tell Amber's part. And she said, I don't like how you came to my home to break up with me. I'm crying in front of my daughter. Then my daughter sees me crying. She starts crying about the whole situation. And then I have to stop crying to make my daughter feel better. Although I'm not better, I have to make her believe that I'm better so she can stop crying. And she just got so upset with Jordan. She was just like, you don't do that. You don't come into a child's life and change it if you do not plan on staying there. She jumps up and she walks away. Here's the thing. She couldn't walk in that dress.
The getaway wasn't as fast.
I felt so embarrassed for my girl because she hopped up and she had to like scoot because the dress was, I guess the shoes were too big or the dress was too tight, but she could not escape fast enough. And I felt so embarrassed for her. But anyway, she's backstage crying because she's just really hurt by that. And here's the thing. I'm not saying that because Amber has children, a daughter, that she doesn't deserve love or to be married. I'm saying that she should not have signed up for this process because it's very irresponsible to bring a stranger into your child's life in 4 weeks.
I agree.
And have her adjust to this new life. And then with a huge possibility of this life being snatched away from her, you also put your daughter in a really bad situation. And when you invited Jordan into your life or signed up for this show, you had to also sign up for the fact that this could be a huge risk that you would take. And you took that risk and it affected your daughter. It is not Jordan's fault that you guys did not work out. It is not Jordan's fault that you went to his friend's wedding and got blackout drunk. He was like, she was fighting with me. She fell asleep at the table. I had to take her keys because she was trying to drive. I had to put her in a car, in an Uber. Listen, I will say this, that is a lot. Like, y'all still in the honeymoon phase. You can't go to his friend's wedding and get blackout drunk. He was like, she wasn't showing up to family events and I'm making excuses for her. And then when she is showing up, she's treating me like garbage. Here's the thing. Amber don't like men. She's not a lesbian mom. She's been through a lot, right, with men. And so she
said it. She said, I hate men.
Yeah, she said it. So she, so what I suggested was that Amber not marry or get in a relationship. Yes, I think that Amber needs to go to therapy and just for a moment have a few lovers.
No, she's not healed from something else.
She's not healed, but she is a woman of a particular age, and she am
I.
No, but she has needs, and she's straight, so only a man can fulfill those things. So just have several lovers. Have men.
No, you don't want that in front of your daughter.
Not in front of her daughter. She can go to their places, go to his condo, and let him pleasure you. have him come over and barbecue in the backyard or take out the trash. She desires a man in that way.
Take out the trash and get it out in the trash.
No. She's going to be pleasure at his place, but she wants a man to come in and do certain things. Like she wants no. No, listen to me. She wants a man in her space, but she doesn't like men.
No, you can stay with that. All the other madam stuff.
No, it's not a madam. She desires them. That's the thing. She doesn't like them, but she desires them. So I said, let them come in to fill those desires,
Nikki,
but don't bring.
Right.
No, I'm telling you the truth. She doesn't like them. So if she continues to, if she brings a man into her world, she is going to treat them like she treated Jordan, because she doesn't like them. She desires them and she has needs for them. So have them come in and fulfill those needs and desires, but she's not ready yet to be in a relationship with them, because she will ruin it, because she is angry at all of the men in her life that have let her down. And until she is healed, every man that comes into her world will get all of the anger and abuse that is for those men that wronged her. But she desires them. So she is confusing her desire with a need to have them in her life. I know what I'm talking about.
Well, she needs to spend some time with her daughter.
I've been saying that. I said that she don't need to bring a man into her life until that baby is off to college.
And she needs to stay off these television shows, because the baby father can use that as ammo to take her.
Very true, but I disagree with her saying off of reality TV. Amber's reality TV gold. A producer is never going to let her get away. She's great TV. She's great TV, because when she had a moment to give Jordan his flowers, while she was giving him his flowers, she dragged Chris. She was like, he's not an awful person like Chris. Poor Chris was sitting back there, and Alex was so mad that Chris was getting jumped by Amber. She was like, he's not a douchebag like Chris. He's the actual good guy. Like, I'm glad that I met Jordan. I mean, and she turned around to Chris and she's like, you're a terrible human being. You know that, right? Like, he knows. Oh, girl, you got some healing to do. But that's okay. Go to therapy, raise your daughter, have certain men come in and do those things. Listen, if you desire a healthy platonic friendship with a man, you might have to go gay to get that.
Man, come on.
Yes.
No.
Yes, she gets a healthy male influence in her life that is not her brother that tears her down. You have to, the most healthiest relationships that straight women have with a man that is a friend is normally a gay man.
What the hell are you talking
It's the
about?
truth.
No, it's not.
It's the truth.
No,
The majority of healthy No, it's the truth. It's the truth. I'm not saying you can't have a healthy platonic relationship with a man, but normally straight men, if they're friends with you, it's because he's waiting for an opening. It's the truth. If men are in a platonic relationship with someone, a friendship, there's normally a door. There's normally a door that he's waiting. Okay.
A door to go through to get with her?
Yes, men are only friends with women they're attracted to.
Yeah. Like the
not all.
The doctor.
Who?
The doctor.
Who are you talking about?
The doctor on there who got with
Oh, Jess.
Yeah.
Yes. So sorry family, y'all picking up what I'm putting down. I'm right. I'm right.
You're wrong.
She needs a healthy relationship. I'm not saying she has to go searching for a gay man. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that if she wants a healthy relationship with a man, it's probably a healthy friendship with a man to see what a healthy relationship is like with a man that doesn't desire you sexually. 9 times out of 10 is probably going to be with a gay man. Okay. That's all I'm saying. Y'all, they hating on me because they don't appreciate this wisdom. A prophet's not respected in his own country. They did it to Jesus. Why not me? But I know what I'm talking about. But I know what I'm talking about. And here's the thing. I'm gonna give Amber her flowers because what is happening with Amber is that she lives in the reality of what it means to be a woman, right? And as a woman, the only way for you to have a successful and healthy relationship with a man is to live in the clouds, right?
You also can't,
because
if you're not dating, are you dating? Is that your certain situation?
By choice.
Girl,
I'm not dating by choice.
Also, if there's a prospective man that's on your live currently, if he's not super child, we're not doing that. We're not doing
anyway,
that.
My
you said it best. Pay for this, nigga.
My future lovers know. They know me.
Lover.
My future lovers know. Anyway, when I get in the streets, please, it ain't safe. Anyway, it ain't safe. It ain't safe for the black or the rich boys. Anyway, let them know.
It's literally safety patrol.
Anyway, Amber is what happens when you live in reality as a woman. Like I said, for a straight woman to be in a healthy relationship with a straight man, you have to live in the clouds. At some part of your reality has to be in the clouds. You have to overlook a lot of things, right? Amber is living in the reality, and the reality is, as a straight woman who is in a relationship with a straight man, you are married to or dating or attracted to your oppressor. That is the reality. And if you continue to live in that reality, you won't be able to enjoy these men. You gotta suspend reality a bit to be able to be in a relationship with them and have a good time. And she's not doing that. That's why she can't have a good time. You just have to. You gotta be in fairy tale land with them for it to be successful. Unfortunately, but that's where she's at. And again, if you wanna make it work, girl, you gotta suspend reality. Just a tit. Just a tit. So we have this weird part in the reunion. It happened several times with AD and Gigi. They were trying to make them like audience hosts. It was odd. And here's the thing. I say this as somebody who loves the fact that AD is Netflix's it girl. I love that.
Do we really know?
She is.
It's forced. It's forced, and you know it.
No, it's not.
AD was not that girl. She wasn't that
Netflix,
girl. We have so many girls that was that girl.
Who do you suggest over AD?
Anybody but AD.
No, I like that AD is Netflix's it girl. I don't think her
you also like Shein. So.
Who?
Shein.
The clothing brand?
Yeah.
How dare you? Anyway, I like the fact that AD is Netflix's it girl. The problem is, it just was very weird for me to see her and Gigi in the audience trying to like ask audience questions, and it didn't feel like the audience wanted to be bothered. Like, she was trying to make jokes, nobody was laughing. She was asking people questions, nobody was answering. It was just so awkward, and I'm like, maybe that happened because they were trying to buy time because Amber left the stage. I don't know, but it was just very weird and odd that we kept on going to the audience. What I'm like, I'm sorry, unless it's Brett or Tiffany or Cam or Lauren and Cameron, I don't care. I will say I love that part with Cameron when he was saying that, Lauren couldn't be here because Lauren had just had the baby, and he was saying we had tried for 4 years, and we finally have our son. And he was just like, it's so weird because he looks like me, but he has her eyes, and he got choked up a bit. I love that couple, and I do not understand why Netflix did not invest in Lauren and Cameron. They are the biggest thing they are the reason why the show got so many seasons, and they gave them nothing. It's so weird. Like the way they invested in AD, you would think that they would have invested in Lauren and Cameron. I don't know why that didn't work. Who knows? Maybe some behind the scenes stuff, but it was just odd to me that we just kept on going back to them in the audience. I felt like they were trying to kill time. Maybe something happened. I don't know. It didn't seem like it fit to me. Overall, the reunion was very campy in a not so good campy way. It was just like they were trying to make these comical, fun moments, but this isn't a comical show. You know what I mean? Like, if we're keeping it buck, this is a really sad season. Like, these men came on here and played and took advantage of these women sexually. What is there to joke about? I just don't like, they were trying to make a show that is not fun and lighthearted. It didn't sit well with me, and it just seemed very odd, this comedic, absurdist, comical theme that they were trying to do throughout the show that did not match the actual theme of the show or this season even. Very odd, very odd. Bri and Connor. I have thoughts. They're still together.
Well, what you didn't think that they were going to make it?
No, well, she left him. She left him. She told him that she wasn't good enough to be married to him right after she had a conversation with his arch nemesis and told his arch nemesis that he wasn't good in bed.
Oh,
but they're still together. And I'm like, oh, even after he watched the show, you guys are still together? Huh.
Well, she got caught up in something a little bit.
She did.
But
she did.
She can't hurt, she wiggled her.
Well, listen, I think she realized that Connor was a good guy and, she needed to make it work. I have to be honest with you guys. I think out of every relationship that we have seen on this show this season, this is going to be the one that I feel like is in game. Here's the thing. My grandmama told me, you got to get a man that loves you more than you love him. And this is what we're talking about. This man is in love with this woman. She kind of sort of likes him.
Kind?
Yes, she kind of sort of likes him, but she knows he's a good guy. She knows that this is the one.
Yeah,
I think she went back and got him because her parents told her to, especially their mama. Their mama said, don't let that one go. Make it work. Make it work. I don't know. You trying to make something work with this Rumpelstiltskin? He ain't it. Make it work with this one. And honestly, these are the most successful relationships. The guy got to be enamored with the woman for these relationships to work. And I'm just like, this one may actually be it. They might be the ones that make it to the end, child.
Maybe I should have listened to my mom.
Yep. You may. In your relationships that you were with, they were obsessed with you. They still are. Okay, girl. No, this is not your therapy session. Anyway, so because we're talking about Bri and Connor, we got to get to Chris. So we get to Chris, who grew out his hair so that it could match his Instagram profile pic. The delusion of these MAGA dudes is insane. I do not know where the picture is, but I took a picture of, let me see if I have it. I took a picture of Devonte's Instagram, and he had a profile pic just like an AI profile pic like Chris. I cannot find it, and I went back to his Instagram to take a picture of it. He changed it. He must have been getting dragged so bad. Oh, here it is. Oh my God. I said, who is this? That ain't Devonte. That ain't Devonte, child. Hold on, let me bring this up. I said, ain't no way. But a lot of these MAGA men, they live through AI. Like, they live in this fake world that was built by AI. And I guess because in that fake world, that's where they can actually be alphas. Look at, who is that, y'all? Who is that? Who is that? I said, now, Devonte, I know you lying. But that is what happens with them red pill MAGA dudes. It's something like they do not live in reality. Their reality is online. That's why so many of them are falling in love with those like AI girlfriends that these AI companies are building. There are literal like AI women, and there are men and grown men in the comment section like talking to this AI woman that they know is not real, like they're real, like this person is going to respond. And they give them money. It's crazy. I'm telling you, that the AI girlfriends and gambling is going to be the thing that really sets this generation of men apart from like the good guys. Like you're really going to have to ask them, "Hey, what podcast do you listen to? And can I see your Instagram profile?" Like if there's any AI in there, that dude is gone. That dude is gone. Moving on. But anyway, they start to get to Chris. And I will say this. I was not expecting them to go in on Chris the way they did. Nick was going in on Chris so bad. Vanessa had to grab his leg to tell him to chillax because he was so disappointed in Chris. And I'm like, were you rooting for him or something? He was so disappointed. He did not let up on Chris. And Chris, I think Chris knew basically because of how he had been, I think, how he'd been treated online. I think he pretty much knew what this reunion was going to be. So he came there apologizing, accepting full responsibility for everything. But it just wasn't enough for Nick. Like he would not let up. Then we get into Jess and Chris. Jess, I will say, even though Chris came there remorseful to a point, and was apologizing for everything, Jess did not let that slide. She did not let it slide. She didn't let his apology or him being remorseful. She did not let that phase her. She let everybody know, oh, I'm healed. I got over that. I was hurt at the moment, but please, I'm not thinking about that dude. He don't faze me. She was very adamant about that. And I actually, I like Jess's segments. I really, really, really did because she got treated so poorly by that dude. So to see her in her power, like I know who I am. And she was just like, listen, if this was me when I was much younger, he would have destroyed me. But I've done the work. I know who I am. I'm not hurt by that man. Nothing that he did has affected me. And I actually loved hearing her say that and really standing in her power. It didn't give Ashley, like when Ashley gave that fake little speech, it didn't give that. It gave that to me, it felt really real coming from Jess. Like she cleared him. She did not let him play with her emotions. She was very steadfast in her opinion on him and how he treated her. And she wasn't holding a grudge, but she also was not letting him get away with disrespecting her because also she had to she made peace with him, but then she watched the show. So she was just like, a lot of stuff I knew about, I didn't know that it was not bad. And she was also very honest. She was just like, me and him were very great. And then when we got into finances and then when we saw our home, he switched up, which we all knew. We all knew that he realized that he could not afford this woman. So what he did, which is what most insecure men do, they tear the woman down. So because they can't match her in success or finances, they have to tear her down to make her feel small or beneath them, because that is the only way that they can stay in that relationship, is if this woman feels so less about herself that she will allow him to not only come in and diminish her dreams, but to stand in her spotlight. That's why a lot of successful women are single, because you constantly are getting men who, when they see what you have, become instantly jealous and want to tear you down so that you can be on their level. It is an issue, but Jess is a success story because she was actually able to find her person. And we will get into that just a bit later. I want to wrap up her and Chris. Chris, when Nick brings that up, when Jess was talking about her housing and, her success and him being very insecure about the finances, here's the thing. Men saying that the men who do say this, women who make a certain amount of money or whatever, become so independent, they don't need no man or anything. They belittle men. That's never true, right? Because she knew that he ain't had no money. And she was willing to be his partner, knowing that she was going to be the breadwinner in that relationship. She said he was the only one that was insecure about his finances. I wasn't. She knew. She knew he didn't have it, but she didn't care. She liked him. But the minute he saw her house, the minute she revealed to him how much she made, that is when he was just like, oh, I cannot stand beside this woman. I have to find a way to either stand on top of her or to get out of this relationship and make her feel like she wasn't good enough for me, although I feel like I'm not good enough for her. That's exactly what happened with him. And Nick asked him if that was the case. He was like, oh, no, it wasn't. Oh, no, it wasn't. Yes, it was. Because she's confirming the switch up. We saw the switch up. And then you're going to this whole group meetup and you're talking about how broke Connor is and how much money you have and how, Bri's dad will want a guy. I'm talking too much, Charles. Bri's dad will want a guy like you to come home for Bri to come home to because you know so much about money and all.
Well, he was just a mean person, and
he's insecure. Here's the thing: it starts with his height. That's where his first insecurity is. Oh, he's a little boy. He's a little boy. So that's what the insecurity is. And instead of just being a good person, he just became this really insecure guy who listened to these podcasts of insecure men and what they come out of that with is the fact that everybody else is wrong and the world is bad. They're the only things that's right with it. Instead of dealing with the fact that you feel insecure because in today's society, men with height are seen as the standard. So you feel insecure about that. And instead of being open and honest about that, he decides to spew that insecurity out on everybody else. Just revealed that. He was insecure about his finances. I was not, because she's a freaking doctor. She's probably used to dating men who do not make as much as she does. And she does not care. You have to get, as an overachieving woman or a successful woman, you just have to get used to that, especially somebody who comes from working class or middle class communities. You are going to have to get, as a woman, you're going to have to get used to the fact that within your community pool, a lot of the men are not going to be making what you're making. And a lot of women has come to terms with that.
Well, she got her doctor.
Sure did.
Okay.
Sure did. I also hated to see Jess cry, because one thing I love was that Chris kept on apologizing. She didn't care. But what really broke her was that scene with Ashley and Priyanka. And who was the other girl?
Bri.
Yeah, Ashley, Priyanka, and Bri. And she said she knew about that scene, but she said it really hurt watching that because she said, I love them, but I really wish that they would have had my back. She's just like, we're all close. We're all still friends, but I didn't like seeing them not have my back. Jess, they are not your friends. They are not your friends. They are not your friends. Cut them. Anyway, Ashley pipes up and she's just like, you're right, Jess. I didn't have your back at that moment and I should have. I feel really bad about that, but I didn't have your back because I was in shock. No, you were not. No, you were not. You guys were not in shock. You guys wanted to get the tea, because just as much as Chris is insecure standing next to Jess, Priyanka, Bri, and who the other one, Ashley, are insecure standing next to Jess. So what Ashley was lying about and saying was shock was actually you were elated that you got some tea on this girl, right? Because she's a pretty fun doctor with this great personality, and you don't feel adequate standing next to her. But what you liked was hearing a guy talk about how she's not the beauty standard like you guys are for him, or hearing about how her sex is trash. It's just like, oh, she has all of this, but her sex is trash. So we got something on her because men don't say that about us. That's what that was. Jess, unfortunately, was in a cast of people who she thought that liked her, but they were all insecure because of this woman's success. It's exactly what it was. That's why they sat there and they ate that up. That's why they never defended you. Your real friend is Amber, because it took her, she didn't even need a second to be in Chris's sight before she read him for filth. And then she read him for filth again at the reunion. Amber's your real friend. Those other three are not your real friend, because Bri and Ashley peaked in high school. And they still live in that world. That's why they're MAGA, right? That's why they get the MAGA guys, because those are the only men that will put them on the pedestal, because they haven't evolved either. So those two they peaked in high school. So that's where they live in that world. They live in that really catty world where they don't really have girl friendships and they are loyal to no one. They are more loyal to men than they are to anybody else, because that is who makes them feel like they're special. They don't they don't get any joy unless a man is telling them that they're great. They're very male centered. They're extremely insecure, and their time is running out, right? Or has run out for them and their popularity. And so where Priyanka comes in is that there's always the person of color or the suburban black girl that ends up being their flunky, right? And the woman of color or the suburban black girl, they are the baddest chick in the group. But because their parents decided to raise them in an area where nobody looks like them and people are rejecting them because of racism and they think that they are not attractive, they get with these girls because they much rather have white adjacency where they can glean off of some of their popularity to feel special and important because they are very young people growing up in trauma because their parents disregarded the racial trauma that they would endure for a better education. And that's what that whole group is, right? Two flunkies and a woman of color with low racial self-esteem. And they are all looking at Jess, who is not like she's not the cheerleader, right? She's the nerdy girl, right? But the nerdy girl does not care about anybody else. She doesn't need approval from anybody else. The nerdy girl, while they're winning cheer competitions, the nerdy girl is getting scholarships from Harvard, right? She's going to have a great future. Those girls, that little clique, they're going to have to marry some man and have any type of relevancy. And their whole identity is going to become, I'm a wife and a mom of 3. That's it. They won't have any other achievements to their name. And that will be the only achievements that they have. So when you stand next to a woman like Jess, you can look at them and be like, well, you may be a doctor, a wealthy doctor, but I have 3 kids. And I got a husband who hates you, right? So that's what's happening there. And so, Jess, you need to realize they are not your friends. They are just as insecure and waiting for you to fall like Chris. You gotta clock when you see it and you clock it. You got to stand on that. You can't be like, oh, okay, guys, I didn't like what you did. No, that's who they are. You saw them clear as day in that scene. They ate that up. They ate up everything that Chris was saying about you because it made them feel good. Because they are insecure standing next to you. Cut them off, sis. Cut them off. I will say, we get this segment with Aramo, right? And I love the fact that he was there in all his cultural regalia. I think these two are going to get married, and I think that wedding is going to be amazing, and Netflix is going to be stupid if they don't invest in filming that wedding. Anyway, he's there in his own cultural regalia, and we find out through a Netflix puzzle that Jess and Aramo are together. I will say there was a really beautiful moment where he gave her flowers, and Jess was crying. And here's the thing. Jess was like, I did not think that we were going to be a couple. She was just like, I didn't even think that he liked me. She was just like, I was just talking to my friend about, a friend in a similar field about what I was going through. And, she was like, I'm there in my sweats, like telling him my dating life and, all my experiences, not knowing that this guy is actually attracted to me. And he said, he was just like, you were telling me all that, but he was like, girl, you didn't even know I was shooting my shot, because he was very interested in her. And he said, I was interested in her through the whole process, but I ended up leaving the process because I wasn't ready. And he said, I'm so glad that the universe gave me another shot, because I missed out on you. And I'm so upset about that. I'm glad I got another chance to be in your presence. And then he says, I want to give her flowers because she deserves. I love what he said to her. I thought it was so sweet. I got to be honest with you. When he was giving her flowers, I immediately thought about when we were going through this season's cast, and we went to his Instagram. I immediately thought about that video where he was acting like he was on a podcast and talking to someone, but no one was in the room. And he was giving like this inspirational message with that classical music playing behind him. That's all I could think about. But I will say, I like them together. And I'm so glad that they were able to find each other. And flaws and all, flaws and all. And I really want them to go the distance. I really like she got a doctor. She got a fellow doctor who is, just as crazy about her as she is about him. They looked so cute together. Oh, do I have a picture? I think I have a picture of them. They look so cute together. And I'm really, really happy for her because she, she didn't have the best experience on this show. And she had a real mediocre dude try to demean her because of how little he felt about himself. That's actually what it is. It wasn't that Chris wasn't attracted to Jess. It wasn't that Chris didn't like Jess. The issue was that Chris was jealous of Jess because Jess had what Chris thought that he should have. And because he didn't have it and she did, a woman who he is made to believe is less than him from all the garbage that he is ingesting from the internet and those podcasts, because of that, he tried to make her feel less than. And like she said, had she not done the work, he would have been successful. And I'm so glad he wasn't successful and that Jess, in the end, got her fairy tale because she absolutely deserves. And here are some pictures of her and her new man. Oh, they're so cute. Guys, was Jess always this skin color? Or is this a little tan? Because, I thought she was white. Is this a little tan? She getting a little tan because she dating a man of color. They're so cute. I'm rooting for that couple. I'm rooting for that couple.
Going to say she needed to do some Pilates. I would have cussed him out, honey.
And she has a great figure.
It don't matter.
It was Mom, but he was looking. Oh, the hair is puffing, child. He was looking for anything to try to make her feel less than.
To have some money for.
Period. But she's a good person, so she didn't do that to him. But she kept on saying she was just like, "Oh, I'm healed. I don't think about that guy. I'm glad that you finally apologized because you should have. But keep it. I was very proud of her.
Yeah, women need to stand up.
Yes. So now let's get into Emma and Mike. So we find out from Mike, which makes so much sense to me. We find out from Mike that him and Emma agreed to say no at the altar. That pissed Vanessa off. Vanessa was like, this is why we tell y'all not to agree to do anything, because when you get up on the altar, you may make a different decision because of, the emotions of the day. So anyway, Emma was just like, she listened to Mike and she was just like, listen, we did have that conversation. However, the day was just very emotional for me. And I knew that I would eventually get there with kids. And so when I got up there on the altar, I looked at him and I said, yes. And Mike was just like, I said no, because that's what we agreed to. And I did not. He said, I wanted to say yes, but I didn't want to make an emotional decision and for my life. And I was just like, you know what? I respect that.
Me too.
I absolutely respect it, because the day before the wedding, you both agree that you both are not ready for this. So you both are going to say no. Then you get up there and switch it on him at the altar. He was like, no, that's not what we agreed to, because Emma still said that she didn't know if she could have kids, that she wanted to have kids. And then you get up there at the altar and you say yes. And he's just like, I didn't want to look like the bad guy, but we had a conversation. Right. And I didn't have what I needed to say yes. And she knew that. And we said that we were going to say no. So
moved on.
He sure did. So Emma she gave her portion of that as well, and said that she understood how he felt. And she was just like, you know what? Listen, now I'm in therapy, talking about all of my issues about my childhood and with my family. And I'm doing that work. And great. I think she should have did that before she decided to come on this show. If her coming on the show led her to that, even better. Yeah. But she got a lot of, she has a lot of work to get through. And I think she also, while she's doing therapy, she need to take that family. They need to go to family therapy as well, because the family is very oblivious to the fact that a lot of the issues that Emma has is from that family. Their thing is, oh, we've been so good to her, but you are white people raising a Chinese young girl in a white area. Yeah. You did not for 1 second think to engulf her in her culture or put her around people who look like her. And because of that, she is dealing with a lot of insecurities. And for her, I feel like for her to be able to stay in that family healthily, they're also going to have to address the fact that although they loved her and cared for her, they overlooked a lot of what she needed. And maybe it's because they, just like, well, we're not Chinese, we don't know what to do, but it's just like the fact that you didn't even think or consider that is the issue. And I feel like maybe they don't want to look into that or do the work they need to do, because if, probably go a little deeper, you might find out some things about that adoption.
Or she might want to go and find them. And sometimes...
And if she go and find them, she might find out a certain narrative about her adoption that her parents didn't tell. It's real tricky. It's real tricky.
Find out some truth. And a lot of times, I believe that, parents that adopt are afraid they're going to lose the child if they find out where they're from. So they would much rather try to keep it away from them and try to give them everything.
Yeah.
But possessions is not everything in life.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably what they did. Like, we loved you, we gave you everything you wanted, but you didn't raise me around my people.
Exactly. And
that's what I needed.
Yeah, but
I
don't fault them. I don't fault them because
I do.
I don't fault them because maybe they didn't know.
No way you don't know. You don't care. That's not important to you. Yes, it is. Her culture is not important to you. You do not adopt a child from a different culture who looks nothing like you and raise that child in your identity. Because I guarantee you, she was raised in theirs. They made sure their culture was dominant. She's not of that culture. She's your child, but she's not of that culture. And you are the adult. Perfect. And no, they're not perfect, but they are the adults in the situation. They made sure them white daughters had everything that they needed. They should have made sure that their Chinese daughter had everything that she needed. She said, look, Mom, there was a whole scene where she was with her family and she was telling them about her childhood. And they were acting like they didn't know what she was talking about.
I wasn't privy.
She was just like, they raised me in a white area. I don't look like nobody. Okay. And this woman is growing up with all these insecurities, longing after white men who do not want her, feeling ugly. Then she has a whole birthmark on her arm. Nobody is addressing the fact that all of these things are affecting her. You cannot raise your Chinese daughter like you raised your white daughters. Right. They are not the same. So I'm not saying they're bad people, but I do fault them for not seeing their daughter the way she sees her or the world sees her.
Now, y'all might not like these people that I'm about to talk about, but Ty Chrisley, he said that he got Chloe a black nanny because he wanted her to identify. He wanted some cultural stuff. He said she is fine knowing all the white stuff.
Well, now he's raising her with his black boyfriend.
Wait.
That he got out of prison, child.
Girl, shut the heck up. He not with Julie no more?
He with Julie, but he moved that man into his home.
Now, Nikki, this is something.
He moved that man into, he said, that's my friend from prison.
Now, Nikki, I was talking about, oh my God, this is.
He moved his friend from prison into his home with his wife. He live in the basement.
Now, I'm going to have to start watching this show because of your mess. Nikki, I don't believe it.
Allegedly.
Okay, because you ain't.
We're allegedly, we're just going to wait for TMZ to report it. And then we'll be back here.
Okay. Well, listen, he said that he wanted her to know
his
her.
Special friend.
Oh, okay. I'm done. Chloe.
Anyway.
Learn from the black guy.
Anyway, he doesn't need her to have a black name. She got a black mom. Anyway, they stole that baby from.
Okay.
Anyway, so after Mike and Emma speak their piece, Mike is actually just like, oh, well, I'm doing really well now. I'm dating. I've been dating somebody for like 7 months. And they show this woman in the audience. She's like, hi, I'm Tara. Here's the thing I have to say about that. Mike's new girlfriend fits in his family. You picking up what I'm putting down? I guarantee you, Mike's mother loves the new girlfriend. Yeah.
Who's Mike?
Yeah. Emma and Mike. So he's moved on, and I think he got somebody that not only fits his family, but somebody that will give him what he wants. My only issue with Mike is that he keeps on talking about wanting kids. He never talks about being a father.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's just like, do you just want a woman to breed, or do you actually want to raise these kids with her? Because the way he talks is giving, knock this woman up and have her raise the kids.
No,
all I do with the kids is teach them how to make gravy. Like, that's it.
No, I don't think that.
He never talks about being a father, Mom. He never talks about raising. He talks about having kids. He never talks about being a father. He never talks about raising these kids. He never talks about being present. He's just like, are you going to have a baby for me? And just like, wait, you need to be like, are you going to allow me to insert my semen into your egg to create this parasite that will eat off of your body? You will probably have a lot of complications carrying and giving birth to. You might not survive. Hold on. You might not survive the birth. I might be I might be left to raise them for myself, but I want to be sure that we're understanding that we're taking on this huge risk. And if you can't do that, let me know. Do you also want to raise these multicultural kids in this very not becoming a real non-multicultural world? To have our identities and our understanding of culture. Am I ready to raise a daughter who might not be like me, who might want different things? Am I ready to raise a son who might not be as macho as I am, who might want to do something else with his life that I want to do? Am I ready to raise healthy human beings with you? And no matter how they turn out, we will love them together. He's not asking those questions. He's just asking, are you going to carry a child? And it's not sounding like you want to be a father. It's sounding like you just want to knock somebody up to say that you have a legacy. So every Father's Day, you could post a picture of you and your son in a wife beater teaching him how to shave. And that's it.
I didn't get that, but okay, it's just Joe.
She's a boy, Mom. So lenient on the men. You so lenient on the men. Anyway, moving on from Emma and Mike, Nick turns over to Alex, who was already on a 10.
Well, Mike got a girlfriend. You didn't say anything.
We talked about Tara.
She's in the audience.
Yeah, she's in the audience. And she looks just like what that family wanted, especially that mother. Anyway, so Nick then turns the reunion to Alex, who, like I said before, is already on the 10. I don't know why Alex had an attitude when he performed the way he performed on this show. Like, he was already nasty, and I'm like, hold up. Hold up. And here's the thing. I didn't like how, maybe it's because he saw that Alex was already at a 10. I didn't like how lenient Nick was on Alex, and you gave everything to Chris. Now I feel like that's going to make Chris even more insecure and even more angry, because he's probably like, well, Nick is only picking on me because I'm smaller than Alex. Like, no, he should have gave Alex the same heat that he gave. Yo, Alex was ready. Oh, he was ready. Oh, did I not do that? Well, it's not fair. I mean, I was on the show as well.
Yeah, Nick had to bring him in.
Like, hold up, girl. They just started talking to you. Why are you so angry?
Oh, he was waiting.
He was waiting. So maybe he was a pistol. So maybe that's why Nick was just like, he took it easy on him. But Alex was hot and ready. He had an answer for everything. Oh, so you think I'm wrong? Well, you didn't go through this like I. Hold on, sister. Hold on. Like, he said 2 words to you, and you are ready to pop off.
Yes, he was.
So while Alex is on edge, he did confirm what we already knew, that he was homeless.
Uh-oh.
Alex was just like, well, if she would have asked, I would have showed her my Airbnb receipts. Alex did not have a place to stay. That's why everything was filmed either at Ashley's home or Ashley's parents or in that apartment. That's why we never got to see where Alex lived, because Alex lived at the time in the Airbnb. Alex did not actually live in Ohio. Alex came to Ohio to film this show. That is what it's giving to me. That's why he did not have an address in Ohio. That's why he got that Airbnb that probably the show helped pay for. And this is the problem that I'm having with Love is Blind. They are actually finding women who are ready for marriage, who do want to be married, who are actually stable, and are ready to be partnered up for life with somebody, and they cannot find men for the show. So what they are doing is they are out here fishing on Instagram, because a lot of these dudes are talking about how they hit them up on Instagram. They're fishing for these men on Instagram. They're fishing for these men on LinkedIn. I think they might be doing Craigslist ads, and they are promising these men fame and fortune to do this show. But these men are not ready to be husbands. A lot of them already have somebody. That's what happened last season. Some of these dudes already had girlfriends, and the girlfriends got mad that when the show ended, the guys didn't come back to them. So they started telling all their tea. And that is the problem. If you are having a problem finding male participants to be on your show, then you need to end your show. Because what you are doing is putting the women in a very dangerous place physically, mentally, and emotionally. Thank God Jess was able to survive Chris. But it is not fair that you are pairing these women with men who had to be paid to come there or promised a certain kind of popularity to come there. Alex only came to Ohio to film this show. As much as I don't like Ashley, that is unfair that she had to be partnered up with a guy like that who was never really there for a wife. And his little line that everybody was eating up, oh, I came to the show to find a wife. I didn't see one. You didn't come to that show to find no wife. You came to the show for fame and popularity. And I don't think you got it, because a lot of the men on the show, their Instagram numbers have not changed. Yikes. The women, their popularity is growing, but child, not the men. That's why Alex treated Ashley the way he treated her. That's why he looked the way he looked throughout the season, because he wanted to make himself so unattractive to this woman that she would just do what she did at the altar, right? Because he was not there for a wife. He was there for exposure. Let's get into the Ashley of it all, because what is also happening with Ashley, why she stayed in that relationship for as long as she did, is because she said this. She said, Britney is stunning, right? And she was just like, I would have liked to known that he didn't really like me like that before we went through like this entire process. And he was just like, it's nothing about Britney. She's stunning, but I did not like watching the show and seeing that I wasn't a good fit for him because I didn't have brown hair. And basically he's making me feel like I'm Quasimodo. The thing that happened with Ashley is that she had a huge reality check, right? Because I guess in her circles, maybe in Ohio, in her community, which right now is a dominant community, the white community, she is told that she is the beauty standard, and that beauty standard is forced upon everybody else. So she is seeing this guy that she likes and wants to marry and wants to be in a lifelong committed relationship with. She is dealing with the reality of the fact that although she is the beauty standard for her community and the beauty standard is being forced on this nation, she's not the beauty standard for the man that she wants. So the reason why she did all that she did, for two reasons. One, she needed to convince Alex that she was it. When she realized she couldn't do that, she pulled that whole stunt at the altar because she needed to get him back. And Alex was just like, I think you're a beautiful woman, but it's just like, I like to, you know what I mean? He was just like, you're a beautiful girl. But she was just like, thank you. I already know that. But she's not dealing with the fact that her world was shaken by that. That this brown chick, is what he wants and not her. That was really hard for her to digest. And I think she stayed in a relationship as long as she did because she wanted to convince him that she was it. She needed to get that win. So I think for both of them, it's good that the relationship didn't work out because they both were not in it for the right reasons. Alex was in it for exposure, and she was in it to prove that she is a better pick than, a woman of color. And it just did not work out. And good for the both of them, because That would have been a disaster. He would have been in a relationship proving that he actually has a job, and she would have been in a relationship proving that she's better than a big booty Latina. They both would have been wrong. It would have not worked. And thank God no child came up in the middle of this. And she just kept on saying, I'm not trying. She was like, he was acting like I was trying to trap him. I was not trying to trap him. But I think what Alex was picking up on was that she was constantly trying to have sex with him to convince him that she was good enough, or that she was the beauty standard. Like she needed to, her world was rocked with that. So she couldn't get from him initially an attraction. She was hoping to convince him by way of her coochie, and it just was not working. So that's where the breakdown was happening for her, because in that whole little segment where she was just like, I felt you was making it seem like I was Quasimodo, and it was just that I didn't have brown hair and I wasn't a Britney. Girl, we all knew what was going on in that moment. Even Britney. That's where Britney was just like, Britney was just like, I'm not getting into this, child. Leave me out of it. So Alice confirms that they both agreed to say no. Like a lot of these people agreed to say no at the altar. So a lot of people switched it up at the end. So I was just like, we both said that we weren't a good fit for each other. So we both said that we were going to say no. So for her to get up there and do what she did was just weird to me, because we have both said this wasn't it. Like he said, I thought it was amicable. I thought that we were good. And then she gets up there and she gives this whole speech. And he's just like, I felt like she could have been nicer because of the conversation that we had prior. And Ashley admitted, she was just like, I knew that he was going to say no. She's just like, yes, I did interrupt him because I didn't want to be embarrassed. She was just like, I didn't want to be humiliated and rejected by him and have that be seen. So she's basically saying, I didn't want my rejection to be filmed and shared to the world. Not me. Absolutely not. So she said, I got ahead of it and I wanted to say how I felt this entire time. Like I said prior, she wanted to have this big girl boss, girl power moment where I'm choosing myself and I know my worth. That whole speech came because the man that she wanted did not want her. I don't believe that they both agreed to say no at the altar. I think he told her what he was going to do, and instead of her being honest with herself because she did want him for the wrong reasons. That's what I'm saying. I'm glad that it didn't work out because she just wanted to be with him to prove that she was better than a woman of color. And that just would not, that's not a healthy reason to be in a marriage, right? So they both were not good for each other. But I think he told her that she was saying no and she agreed to it. But I don't think that's what she wanted. So when she got up there, although they both agreed to say no, she wanted to make sure she had her moment because she did not want, she's been humiliated by this man the entire season. She didn't want to be humiliated any farther, and she wanted to take her power back, and she wanted to have this moment. Now, the MAGA girls are going to eat it up. Everybody else knew exactly what it was. They knew that it was a stunt. They knew that it was this this image that she wanted to put out, the image of, I am this strong woman choosing myself, and not the image that Alex would have given her, which was, I was rejected by a bum. And I got to be honest, I don't hate that she did. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. I get it, because that would have been, something that would have been played over for a very long time, that dude rejected you. So, I don't have a problem with her getting ahead of it, but I didn't buy it. I didn't think that it was authentic. I think that it was just a get back. And I don't think it landed the way that she wanted it to land. She wanted to have a moment. Okay.
So are we ever going to talk about Devonte?
Oh, we're getting Devonte is next. Let's get to Devo and Britney. So we find out that Alex and Devonte are living in Arizona, which I just came from. Guys, Arizona is nice. I was actually I always try to straighten my hair, but my God, today, my black roots said no, it's not going to happen. Anyway, it was really nice. I was kind of like apprehensive about traveling there because a lot of people talk about it's like a really, the racism. I wasn't there long enough to experience racism, but it felt real multicultural and fun to me. I saw a lot of Black people. Maybe it was the area I was in, but I liked it, and I plan on going back. Anyway, so Alex and Devonte, we find out that they are roommates. They live in Arizona. Here's the thing: we get this little segment where Nick is just like, "So Alex, you have a roommate. I wonder who it is." And then we get this segment with Alex and Devonte playing soccer. So Alex is just like, so Devonte is just like, me and Alex are going to play soccer. We're going to see who's better. Alex, the soccer champ. I used to play football. And when Devonte said he used to play football, I said, I got it. Now I completely have the picture of who this man is, and none of his decisions shock me. Anyway, so they're both playing soccer. I don't know how to play soccer. I never really watched soccer like that. So I don't know what is good and what is bad. Having said that, Alex looked terrible. To the people who do play soccer, was he doing a good job? He looked terrible. And I was just like, are you playing, or this is how you've always played? Because if this is how you've always played soccer, baby, there was no future in there. I don't think it was the injury that anyway. So we find out that those two are roommates, and they both live in Arizona. And I just want to see Devonte and Alex teaming up. My God, today there's not a funny looking white woman or Afro Latina that's going to be safe in Arizona. Them two on the prowl, child, get ready. Get ready. So we also find out from Britney that Ashley, Bri, and Priyanka went on a girls' trip. So Britney's explaining how their relationship fell apart. And Nick was just basically like, Britney, when did you know the relationship was over? Because it looked like it was over when Devonte left. When did you know that it was over? Devonte was just like, well, I really did want to make it work, but we were just not ready. And Britney's just like, no, you didn't. Because I kept on having to reach out to you to be like, oh, are we still on? Like, what's happening? Or whatever. And you were just being very vague. And then she was just like, he went on this work trip, which I found out later wasn't really a work trip. So what happened was Devonte went on a girls trip with Priyanka, Bri, and Ashley. And Britney felt real betrayed by that. And they were just like, listen, I will say this, I believe them. They were just like, listen, we were all talking about, doing this girls trip. And he invited himself. He said that he likes it. The concert we were going to, Rufus. The only Rufus I know is Shaka Khan and Rufus. I don't think that's who they're talking about. Anyway, they said that they were going, and they kind of just like, oh, you should come. I don't think they knew that he was actually going to come on a girls trip. I think, they were just talking, and he just invited himself. And it was like, oh yeah, just why don't you come to the concert? I think that they were saying that. I don't think that they really knew that he was going to go on this girls trip. So anyway, they said when he showed up, he ended up having to stay with Priyanka. And Britney was just like, I didn't like that, because if you're supposed to be my friend, at this point, we're still engaged. Why is my fiance staying in your place and I don't even know? And they were just like, hold on, Britney, we didn't know. And Priyanka was just like, listen, when he got there, we were all hanging out. He told me that his Airbnb wasn't confirming. And she was just like, I didn't really feel comfortable with him staying there. But, I wasn't going to put him out. So I was just like, okay,
you could call Britney to say your man is.
Well, here's the thing, Mom. They didn't know that those two were having issues. Because at this point, they were still engaged.
Okay, so even at that, you are engaged. This man is an engaged man. He comes out with 3 women. Nobody says, where's Britney? Or call Britney. Or Brad, we're here with FaceTime and we're friends.
You got a point.
We're here with Devonte and we're all going to the concert. Or Brett, he couldn't find a place. He's going to stay here,
Which also doesn't make any sense, because this guy talk about how he makes $40,000 a month. If the Airbnb ain't working, you can't get a hotel. You make so much money. Why you got to sleep on Priyanka's couch?
He liked them.
I think he thought that. I felt like he thought it was going to be a freak off. I felt like he was trying to pull a little something and hoping that, the girls got a little drunk and had their way with him. But I think that even drunk, the girls is not going to be attracted to Devonte. So the fantasy he thought he was going to get, he did not get that. And he was just like, Devonte was trying to explain it, but Britney's woman's intuition, she was just like, no, like I knew what it was. And Nick was just like, well, how did you find out? If none of them told you, how did you find out? And she looked at Amber, and Amber was just like, I told her. And Nick was like, well, who told you? And she looked at Jordan, and she was like, he told me.
Okay.
And Nick was like, well, who told you? And Jordan was like, I don't remember.
Okay.
Woo! All in all, it was odd. It was just real odd. I do believe that I don't think that they wanted to do anything with Devonte. I think Devonte, Girl Code was absolutely broken. I think Devonte was hoping that something was going to pop off, but the women, no. I don't think that they wanted anything to pop off, but they should have checked in. They're not Britney's friend. And that's the thing. Britney expected them to be friends to her, but I'm just like, no. Priyanka, Ashley, and Bri, they are friends, but they are only friends because of an aesthetic. Those are the kind of girls who go to Miami and their friendships break up. Like, that is not really a friend group. It is an aesthetic friend group of convenience. Those are the kind of girls who sleep with each other's boyfriends. Like, it's not a friend group that you want to be in anyway, Britney. So you absolutely dodged a bullet with Devonte and with that girl's trip. Also, it's Bri and Connor are gonna work, man. Because Connor was just like, oh, I thought it was a girl's trip. Nick was like, you didn't know Devonte was there? He was just like, I'm finding out a lot of stuff right now. But he did not care. He did not care. He did not care that Bri was on a girl's trip that Devonte went on.
No, I think
he did not care. I'm telling you.
I don't think that he did not care. He was just finding out about it.
He said that he was just finding out about it, but
yeah,
it's just
so
like,
I guess he's going to deal with that.
I don't think he is. Yeah. I don't think he, listen.
Well, he should.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I kind of want a Connor. That's a nonchalant dude that worships you, child. You can do whatever he want, and he just, I don't care, just as long as I got you.
Listen, he needs to have a conversation with her because I don't need to come on national TV and find out you was going.
But I really felt like Connor didn't care.
Okay.
I really, really felt like Connor did not care. Anyway, then we get to Britney's dad. I'm gonna be honest with you, he has disappointed me the entire season.
Oh, Britney's dad was on there more than once?
Yes. He was on there. He was at the reunion one time. She was at the reunion, but they showed him one time. He had the mic and he was talking to Devonte. And
I remember that.
Yeah. So what are you talking about, Mom?
No, I'm just saying. You said I'm really disappointed at her father. Like, have you seen him before?
Oh, the season. He disappointed me the entire season.
Oh, the dad was through the season.
Yes.
Okay.
He gets the mic and Nikki's like, "Is there anything that you want to say?" He says, "Yeah, I do want to say something to Devonte." He checks in on him, and it's like apologizing for how he's being treated. He's not being treated poorly. He's being held accountable. Yeah. And then he like starts to cry and like feel bad for Devonte. And then he says, "I just want to know, did you lie to me when you said that you wanted to marry my daughter?" And Devontae's like, no, I didn't.
He was lying.
He was lying. And the dad was just like, I'm glad it didn't work out because, you guys weren't for each other. But I want you to take these lessons and I want you to be a better man because I know you are. Like, it was just very weird to me. Like, I'm not expecting him to like cuss him out or anything, but to check in with him, to check in with his heart, to make sure he's healthy and okay, and to be like, check in with your daughter. Like, I don't think that he should have had anything to say to Devonte. I think it should have been all to his daughter, how much he loves her and affirms her. But to sit there, he shouldn't have had the mic. But to sit there and to send love and affirm Devonte was so weird as her father. It was like, you're supposed to be her protection, her covering. And you're passing your daughter over to a man who will be able to do the same thing that you've done for her. But if like every man that comes to her life, you cry over this dude, you give him your immediate approval without really knowing this dude. And then when that dude treats your daughter like garbage, you are checking in him and making sure his heart is okay and protecting him from accountability. It was just, that segment was so weird to me. We didn't need it. If that's how he was going to show up for his daughter, Please keep it. And then another weird part happened, right? Devonte, after Britney's dad does all of that bootlicking, Devonte then reveals that he's expecting a child. We can't even take that moment in because the camera cuts to Britney's dad, who is breaking down crying, and his wife Britney's mom is rubbing his chest and rocking him like a baby because he just heard that Devonte got a kid on the way, and it's not by way of Britney. Britney didn't care. Britney was like, "Oh, I don't care. That's not for me. I'm okay." But her dad is breaking down. That was so weird. That was so weird. Like, why are you? Who? Did you love him? I don't. It was so weird the way he was so hurt that Devonte was having a baby. Let's get into Devonte and his baby. So Devonte says that he's expecting a child. Everybody's just like, Connor was like, "Oh, he didn't tell me." Everybody's shocked. Brittany's dad is crying and needs to be consoled. Britney don't care. He's Nick's asking about it. He's just like, "Yeah, I'm really excited. The baby will be here in a couple months. Like I think he said like 7 or so months or whatever." Nick was like, "Oh, okay. So are you engaged?" He was like, "Oh yeah, I'm engaged." He's not, because then Nick was just like, "So you live in Arizona?" He was just like, "Oh, I got a house in Ohio." Huh? BS. Devonte absolutely has a baby on the way, right? Devonte doesn't have a girlfriend. Devonte doesn't have a fiance. Devonte got a white woman pregnant. Devonte got a one-night stand pregnant. That's what it's giving to me. And he didn't want to come on this show and say that he got a baby mama. So he's now saying that he has a fiance, but he lives in Arizona with Alex. But you got a baby on the way and a fiance in Ohio that doesn't live in your house. He didn't say that. He didn't say that his fiance and mother of his child is living in his house in Ohio. He ain't say none of that. He said, "I got a baby on the way, and I have a fiance." That was an afterthought because he didn't want to say that he has a baby mama. And this is why I keep on telling y'all, I hope y'all listen to me. Your complexion is God's protection. Your complexion is God's protection. Every woman of color that Devonte said no to, you should be thanking the Lord. You see how he did that white girl? Got her pregnant, and as soon as she told him that she was expecting, he moved to Arizona. He moved to Arizona with Alex. I know that girl is probably seething. I know that girl watched that reunion and just being like, "I'm a fiance. Since what?" Like, he's not telling the truth. And that's why I keep on telling you, you are not missing out on these men that are purposefully looking for relationships outside of the women in their culture. They're doing that because they are the garbage of the community. And they know that they can't play with you the way they can play with them white girls. I keep on telling y'all, the preference is only women that they think are easier to enslave. That's all it is. And as much as you continue to buy into that nonsense that you are better than another woman because of your hair texture or skin color or your weight, or how much you'll die for that man, you'll constantly be living in this nonsense. He got a child on the way. As soon as she showed him that pregnancy test, he moved to the other side of the freaking country. How was he going to be a father, a present father to that child from Arizona? White women, you got to get mean. You got to get mean. Non-black women of color, you got to get mean. Black women, get meaner. Get meaner. We're not mean enough. Women in general, be mean to these men. Be mean. That's the only way you're going to get a good one. Shout out to Bri. That's the only way. He is lying. He does not have a fiance. He does not have a fiance. He is lying. He did not want to say that he got a baby mama because that's going to be too much like his dad. Huh? Huh? It's going to be too much like that no good daddy that his mama told him about. Ciao. Then we get after this, AD and Gigi are back in the audience, and we get this very sad baby announcement from Zach and Bliss. So Zach and Bliss are pregnant with their second child, and Gigi gives Zach the mic, and he goes, "Well, my grandmother just passed away from stage 4, I think breast cancer. She had stage 4 cancer, and she was basically the only one. We let her know the gender of our child, and we're going to show you all here through a video that she made before she passed away." It just got sadder and sadder and sadder. And then while he's telling this sad story, all of a sudden this game show music comes up and a video of his grandmother, who has since passed away, revealing to them that they are going to have a boy. And while this deceased woman is telling them about the gender of their child, all of a sudden you see like confetti animations over the screen and everybody's cheering. And I'm like, this is weird. I'm sorry. It was so weird. I'm like, I was so sad listening to this. And then it was just like, well, let's reveal the gender. They got to take out the comedic and the camp. The comedy and camp does not work for this reunion. Ain't nothing campy or funny about this show. It was just so odd. But congrats to Zach and Bliss. They are having a baby boy. I'm sorry. That isn't funny, but you go from this like really sad, campy baby announcement to Vic and Christine getting a vacation by TurboTax. Nick was like, TurboTax wants to send you on a vacation. What? That was such a ghetto commercial. I said, what is happening? The show was just so weird. Like this reunion was so weird. It's just like they were throwing things and hoping that they stick. And I honestly feel like it's just going to get worse, especially with the propaganda. Like, I just feel like, well, guys, TV is going to be TBN. And if you don't know what TBN is, you better look it up. It is going to be so much right-wing, evangelical, Christian propaganda thrown at us. And you're either going to eat it up or look for something else. That's just where we're at. And Love is Blind is showing us that. They are showing us that. And so I feel like, I don't think that Love is Blind put Vic and Christine in the show because the relationships were falling apart. I think Vic and Christine were always going to be a part of the show. I think the reason why they were so separate from everybody, because they are the Christian propaganda of this show. That's why the only time we hear them speaking, they're talking about the Bible. That's it. They're talking about the Bible and praying. That's it. They're the Christian propaganda. And then the rest of these couples are the MAGA propaganda. I think that some couples didn't go the way that they wanted to because Alice is absolutely a Trumper. Ashley is absolutely the beauty standard for MAGA. And they did not expect for this guy to be so out and honest about his type that isn't a blonde hair, blue eye, white woman. So I think that didn't work for them. So that's why they allow Ashley to have this girl boss power moment at the altar. But I think this is where this show is going. And I think this is where a lot of media in America is going. I don't know how that's going to work for Boston or Philly. And maybe, it may work for Atlanta, but Boston and Philly are very liberal, like extremely liberal cities. Where are y'all going to find the Christian and MAGA propaganda? Philly is deeply Muslim. I don't know if those seasons are going to go the way they want them to go. We will see. We will see. I know they're still casting for Philly, but I'm just like, Philly is extremely liberal and extremely Muslim. No way you're going to get a black Christian on that show. It's going to be very hard for you to find a black Christian to get on that show. I think the black people that they're going to get are going to be Muslim. And if you do get a black Christian on that show, she's going to fall for a Muslim. She's going to be taking her shahada by the time they get out of them pods. I don't know if Boston and Philly are going to be the shows that go the way that they want them to go. I don't think they're going to be able to stick the propaganda on those 2 seasons. We will see. The only thing that I feel like really worked for this reunion that I will love for them to keep is the singers. When they brought out the people who sing the songs throughout the season, I really love that because for me, they make the show. They really are able to piece the show together. So I really would like to continue to see that. And I actually think when they were singing and we were showing the couples that got married, I thought that was really cute. It also showed that this experiment is not successful because to be on for 10 seasons and those are the only couples that are still married, those are your only success stories, something's wrong. Something is wrong. Those are all my thoughts. I know I talked a lot. Forgive me. There was just a lot going on. But that's all I wanted to talk about. I will say they were showing behind the scenes on Threads. The cast was showing the behind the scenes and people were dragging them in the comments. They were just like, where is Netflix's budget? Because y'all are backstage in folding chairs and eating pizza. My God, today. But that's why they invest so much in these reality stars and influencers, because I hate to say it, but you guys are comfortable with less. No way A-listers would have been in something like that. Absolutely not. But that's all I have to say. I know you guys got a lot of comments. Let's get into them. As of course, as we normally do, I'm going to start at the beginning. And I want to start at the beginning. And please make sure you like the video, you hype the video, and you share if you care. Thank you all so much for being here. Oh my God, I already saw a comment about Nick being from Ohio. He keeps on trying to make that work. Ohio. Nick, that's corny. That's corny. Like, nobody thinks that Ohio is cool. No, when you think about cool, the first thing in your mind is not Ohio. Let it go. Ohio. It's corny. Nobody's like, the only person who put Ohio on the map is Drew Carey. That's it. Let it go. Let it go. You want Ohio to be cool so bad. It's not going to work. Hey, Janelle, how are you? Janelle said, hey, Star fam. Hey, Nikki and Mama Star. I'm so aggravated they didn't bring up Devonte's half black behind, not liking Britney because she is a person of color. I wish they would have, but again, this season was MAGA propaganda. No way they were going to touch race. Hey, so Steph, thank you so much for being here. Hannah says the parts when AD and the other girl were interviewing the previous contestants was not necessary. It was weird. And I feel like maybe that wasn't actually supposed to happen. I think they probably did it because they had a little hiccup with Amber walking off. So maybe they just did that to buy time. If that was scheduled to happen, I hope they don't do it again. It just was odd. It was odd. Dahlia said, I'm surprised Devonte didn't change his name like his roommate or go by his middle name. You bringing that up, Dahlia, made me think of how dangerous these two are going to be together, because it's two men who have identity crisis, who are suffering with identity crisis, and them two linking up. My God, today. If Chris joins in that mix, my God, today. That trio is not a safe trio. My God, today. K235 said, LOL, does Vanessa know she's a woman of color? Or Janelle says, I might be the only one, but Britney's dad just wanted his 5 minutes of fame, because why was he there dropping suits off and didn't address the POC allegations towards his daughter as a black man? There's a certain type of, it's not everybody, but there's a certain type of black man. There's a certain type, I'm just going to speak for my people. There's a certain type of black person that marries outside. And this is the eraser is their goal. I'm not saying that's her dad. I'm just saying for a lot of black people watching him, it's real odd how he's moving. It's real odd. It's not familiar. It's like, why are you doing this? What's happening here? But also I'm looking at him as a black American, so he could be a black guy from a different culture, and that might be what's normal for their culture. But as a black person, I'm looking at him like, why are you doing this? It's odd. Like, it's like if it feels like you want to be, you're trying to win the approval of the cool kids. It's weird. It's very, very, very weird. Kay said, child, I have so much to say about Britney's dad. Hannah said, I'm tired of seeing Kwame and his wife. I don't have any problem with him. I want his wife off of casting. I feel like since she's came on, it has been a disaster. Casting has just not, the casting for the latest seasons under her leadership have just not been good. Let's just allow her to be an alumni of the show. Get that woman out of casting immediately. If you want to put Love is Blind contestants over casting, Cameron and Lauren, let's do that. I would trust them. Diamond was there. I didn't see her. Was she in that blonde wig? Oh my goodness. I did not see her. Nora said if Vanessa and Nick were better hosts, they would be able to use all the reunion time to ask all the questions we want answers. Love is Blind needs to fill up so much of the reunion with the okay. Here's the thing. And I agree with you. I felt like a lot of the fluff that we had, we didn't need. You know what I mean? No shade to Zach and Bliss. We didn't need to see that. No shade to AD and Gigi. We didn't need it. This cast has so much going on. We could have just spent time with them. I felt like they were wasting a lot of our time. WNC said Carlton, who was on Real Housewives of Atlanta. Carlton used to be Cynthia's assistant down there at the Bailey agency. That Carlton, absolutely. That's him. Miss Kimberly Taylor said, Nikki, I know you said no to Age of Attraction, but it's a mess. The reason why I said no to that show, because anything that Nick Val touches, I don't want to be a part of. And the premise of that show made me so uncomfortable because that show is based off of his 18-year age gap with his now wife. It makes me feel uncomfortable. And to be quite honest with you, the white people that follow me and are subscribed to me, you are the whites that get it, right? I call y'all the John Brown whites. Y'all have to do a talking to your community. The pedophilia that is accepted in your community, y'all got to work on that. It's getting weird. The Epstein files ain't helping. It's getting real weird how it's just normalized over there. Women, you gotta tap in. White women, you gotta tap into your community. That's weird. Y'all gotta call it out. That's where is no. And he's trying to, like, Nick is trying to make this relationship valid with this show. And I can't.
How old is Nick Vanessa?
Nick is in his like mid-40s, and his not Nick Val. He's a former bachelor. He's in his 40s, and his wife is in her early 20s. No, you should not be with nobody in their early 20s and you're in your 40s. You should not be with nobody with an 18-year age gap, unless you're like 30 freaking 5. In your 30s, you do whatever the hell you want. Leave the people in their 20s alone. What are you doing? Now, if the girl is there because she's scamming for a coin, I'm gonna let her rock. Just as long as she's aware of what's happening. But a lot of times, older men go for younger women because they feel like they can take advantage of them. That's all that is. It's it's a more mature pedophilia. It's weird. Spitzy said, OMG, wait, I didn't know that, but Lemonade Girl was there too. She looks, okay, what was she the one in the, I kept on looking at this girl in the wig. Was that her? Hannah said, Vic and Christine still get the side eye for me. Something about them, especially him, isn't clear. What did it? It's the Christian propaganda. That's what it is. They are They are forcing their relationship, them being interracial, and the Christian propaganda is working hand in hand. Because what it's saying is nothing. This relationship can only work if you apply Christianity to it. That's what they're saying. That's why Vic and Christine, we never see them having tough conversations, because you can't put the Bible Band-Aid over it. That's why that couple never set right with any of us, because it's propaganda. It is propaganda. It's saying, look, this relationship could work, and it erases all of the trauma that has happened to Black people on this land. That's why we've always thought that it was very weird that social justice Vic, and how a lot of the work that he does and a lot of the talks that he has is about racism and inequalities happening to Black people in America, for him to get with this white woman and them not have those discussions, especially with the work that he does, it was real odd to us. But every time they're having a conversation, they're talking about praying the scriptures. I'm like, what the hell is it? What is going on? Because when we looked up the cast, I was really excited to see Vic, because I'm just like, this man, this brother, you look at his Instagram, all of this stuff, this social justice work. I'm like, oh, we're going to bring this to Love Is Blind. Let's go. None of that was talked about. That's a huge part. I mean, I thought it was a huge part of his life, because you go to his social medias, that's all he's talking about. You get on the show, you ain't never talking about the inequalities that's happening to Black people. That's your life's work. And then you get on here and you see this white woman, this blonde hair, blue eyed white woman, and you're just like, oh no, I'm fine with you raising my Black child. What? Because through Christ, all things are possible. Okay, now I see what's happening here. That's what it is. They're trying to say we can just Band-Aid over all of the issues in America with the Bible. It's Christian propaganda. And a lot of us didn't connect with it because we wasn't falling for it. And now they're trying to say, if you don't fall for the Christian propaganda, if you don't fall for the propaganda of Vic and Christine, oh, you're just jealous because a Black man is with a white woman, or you're just racist. Nah, we see right through that propaganda. That's why it wasn't right. It didn't sit right in our spirit. We knew what it was. That social justice Vic got a white wife, and they said nothing about the work that he does. We don't know nothing about him. We don't know nothing about that family. His life's work never mentioned.
He rescued her.
Child.
He rescued her from whatever she wanted to. She had to go.
Absolutely. Kirsten says Lauren and Cam were romantic. Cam was very vocal about how he felt about her. Vic and Christine are more quiet, less romantic. And honestly, I don't even know if that's true. I mean, I don't know. I'm saying I don't know if that's true because we didn't see it, but they probably filmed it. But that wasn't the story they wanted to tell with them. They are Christian propaganda. Dr. Anmani said, I wish we knew more about Vic and Christine. Oh, you got cut off. We'll find it later. Justin said, Vic and Christine tried their best to be our Lauren and Cameron, but it didn't work because they weren't meant to be our Lauren and Cameron. They are the Christians. That's what it is. It's the, if you just read the Bible and pray, everything will work out. Everything will be cured, even racism. I don't want to get too deep, but I feel like it's a gateway to have Black Americans stop asking for reparations. Let me back out of there. Dahlia said, Love Is Blind actually made the right decision to cut Vic and Christine. It's just poor casting on Love Is Blind part that forced them to highlight this super boring couple. Hannah said, another Lauren and Cameron requires a Black woman in the couple to be courted. So Steph said, they chose not to film them because they are too regular and have good emotional regulations. I also think that they have the narrative for them. And again, I'm not saying this is Vic and Christine. I'm not saying that they are personally Christian propaganda, but I'm saying the way the show filmed them and the narrative they gave them, that's what it was. Nonsense Behavior said Cameron rapped for Lauren and her mom like they were entertained. Oh my God. Nonsense Behavior, why did you bring that up? That was such a cringe moment. That was such a cringe moment, but it was so real and funny to watch. Halima Hay said we didn't get a chance to know Vic and Christine. Plus, Vic and his quotes were not. I feel like back in the day, probably when he was in college, he did slam poetry. That's what he gives me. I can see Vic in like a cafe in Harlem doing slam poetry about a black man being shot by the police. That's not funny, but that's what he gives me. Bang bang in his chest 3 times. The white man stands over. I'm sorry. But that's what he gives me. Dr. Amani said, I wish we knew more about Vic and Christine. I just can't get into them like I did Lauren and Cameron, but I wish them the best. Yeah, no harm, no foul, but it's just like, you guys are boring. Social Stuff said all they showed was them talking about religion or trauma. Christine is okay looking at her. Oh, she's gorgeous. They're a hot couple. They're the hottest couple that came out of this season. Now, I ain't gonna hate. I'm gonna be real. Like, they fine. I'm gonna give them that. Like, them kids are gonna be gorgeous athletes. Nora said, even Vic and Christine's answer for why they love each other are boring and bland. I'm telling you, when they cut to the audience after Vic said, I see you, or something like that, or Christine is home for me, they were like, oh, home? I'm not buying it. Love is blind. Dolly said, all we know about Vic and Christine is that they love God and each other. I mean, dang, I can't believe I'm saying this as a Christian, but they don't do nothing but pray. That's it. And as a church girl, I'm telling you, y'all better do more than pray. Y'all better do more than pray, child. Can we be honest? Double T. We talk real here. They never are getting an attractive person from them. They're never getting an attractive oppressor, because it's not about the oppressor doesn't have to be attractive. They just have to be from the oppressive community. That's the win for Black people like that. Sad. Brown girl said, I also think that Black man, white woman couples are seen as less favorable than a Black woman, white man couple. I think, are you talking about for the Black community? I think the reason, if so, I think the reason why that is because the woman is a culture, right? So normally, if it's a Black woman and a non-Black man, there's still a comfortability there community-wise, because it is assumed that kid is going to be raised Black in Black culture. So there's no apprehension there when the child is raised by a non-Black woman. There's an apprehension there and a lack of trust, because that child has not been raised in the culture, especially if the Black father isn't present. There's a step back that you have to take until you find out that this person is safe. And I think that's the only difference. It's like the guard is up if the mother is non-Black. There is no guard if the mom is Black, because as soon as you say it just happens, right? As soon as like a mixed race person says that their mom is Black, the Black community, there's a relief there. It's like, oh, okay, hey family. If you say that your Black parent is your dad, it's like, ugh. And that's a shame. That's a shame. Just like, ugh. Let's keep our guard up with you until you prove that you're safe. It's just a reality. You know what? Thank you for saying that. K235 said, I have no issue with Christine, to be honest. I just haven't figured out if I trust Vic yet. For me, it's not even that I trust Vic. I just have to be, I didn't want to say it, but the show is over. I just like Christine more. I just like Christine. I like her more. I don't know. I'm just like, I would have loved to have been more interested in the Black man, but I'm not. I feel like she's the more enjoyable person to watch out of the relationship. Or she just came off more likable for me. Sorry, Vic. Yeah, so Jeff said Vic was engaged to a white woman before, so yes, he wanted. Yeah, for Sidney Poitier. Like we knew what this was. None of us are shocked here. None of us are shocked here. And I'm gonna get it. I'ma get it. I like a little season with a deep wave. Know how to split that money 3 ways. Oh. You don't like 225 and all the way live? At a good 6'5"? That's a nice bill. What we talking? That's a nice bill. That's a nice 225? 6'5"? That's a nice bill. That's a nice bill. Thank you.
You must be gonna wear heels all the time.
No, I'm not gonna wear heels. Cause he's gonna pick me up.
Okay, so you're a doll baby.
I'm a doll baby with him. I'm a doll baby. Hannah said, we don't even know what type of music. We don't know nothing about them, but they pray. Y'all gotta, especially now, y'all gotta pick that propaganda up as soon as you see it. You gotta pick that. Listen, you don't until you experience the Philly Beard. Hannah said, we black women aren't crying over losing. What did we lose? We didn't lose anything. No shade. I would be honest with you. If Vic was Black American, I might have been like, dang, we're going through enough. But no shade. That's not my tribe. Christine ain't pillaging my tribe. So I'm like, all right, girl, love is love. Sorry. So Seth said, are they playing in the house that New Age? I feel like they give me CCM and Hillsong. Oh, that's a real Hillsong couple. Spency said Nikki LMAO, but when I first went to Philly, I was like, wow, there are a lot of fine black men here with beards. Amen. Hannah said, I don't think any black woman should go to the show after this season. I got to be honest with you. Where the way media is going, I would not, as a black woman, go on any show that is going to be on a white network, right? If black women want to go on reality TV shows, I would go, oh, you know what? BET is on Paramount. I don't know, child. I don't know. Maybe Pop the Balloon is the only place y'all can go. It's about to get real scary. It's about to get real scary. I feel like the only place y'all would be safe is probably anything under Disney. Maybe go on a Hulu dating show or anything on ABC. I feel like that's the only place that's going to be safe for people of color and black people. I wouldn't do them other networks. Oof. Ciao. Oh, there's going to be a Jaden and a Nevaeh. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Dahlia said, when they were talking about leaving scripture notes, I kept thinking about the Boondocks episode where they roasted Tyler Perry movies. I love Jesus and I love you. And I want to say this as somebody who loves the Lord. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. I just think the way that they were edited, and maybe they are not aware, they are the Christian propaganda in the show. And I think them being an interracial relationship was very important to that propaganda because, again, it was saying that you won't have any issues if you just pray about it. It's basically like a slave master putting a Bible in the hands of an enslaved person and saying, I'm giving you this so that you can forgive me for the harm that I have caused and will continue to cause you. But if you say a scripture, it'll be okay. That's what's happening here. And we're going to see it a lot in media. And I think it's going to backfire. Absolutely. Because a lot of people are going to get it. That's why a lot of people couldn't get with Vic and Christine, because it's just like something is off. Something is weird here. What is it? And then we see this reunion and we're just like, oh, they're Christian propaganda. Yeah. That's why it always, Hannah said, them rehearsed speeches with Vic and Christine. Yep. Nora said, I wonder if Love is Blind is trying to gain right-wing conservative Bachelor franchise audience. I don't think they're trying to do that. I think everything is political, right? And I think that's why media is starting to look the way it is, because of the leadership that we currently have. We have a very right-wing, deeply evangelical nut jobs running the nation. That's what, if Kamala Harris had won the election, we probably would have had several seasons of Love is Blind lesbian by now. You know what I mean? Like, we probably would have had a bunch of reality TV shows with Black women being chosen by men that they have never been chosen by before. Like, everything is political. Everything is political. Hannah said, it irked my soul anytime they kept including religion in anything they were saying. But also, I also think that this is, again, them being interracial was supposed to, like, it was, they worked well for the propaganda, because a lot of Black people, especially Black Americans, are deconstructing. And with that deconstruction comes the hold that evangelical white nationalism has had on the Black church, on Black people. That hold is being released. So when you have this Black man this social justice Black man who talks nothing about social justice work or police brutality, which is all over his page, and racial inequality, when he doesn't talk about that and he just talks about the Lord, that is showing you, hey, this is a good one. Look what this Black man is doing, right? He's overlooking everything and all these injustices that him and his people have gone through on this land. None of that matters because of the Bible. And we are going to get a lot of people like Vic on reality TV. A lot of Black people like Vic being posted up and made the poster child, because a lot of Black people are deconstructing from Christianity. Smithy said, OMG, I totally fell for the propaganda. You are so right. This is Christian propaganda. I'm just like, we know nothing about them, but we know they pray. We know they read the Bible. Nothing else. Nothing else. Oh my God, I'm telling you, there are going to be so many seasons of this show with Black women being like, oh, I prayed for a man like you. I wrote a letter to the Lord, and I gave it to him before I came on the show, and he presented you. And everybody's going to eat it up. Propaganda. Mama Star said that Love is Blind addressed Christina's childhood abuse. She said her father abused her when she was a child. They overlooked that real quick. Dolly said, Nikki, you're absolutely right about Vic, heavy on the Black excellence brunch. You know what I'm talking about? Black excellence, but I need white adjacency to get in the doors that I want to get open for me. And he's not the only one. There's the Sidney Poitiers, the Harry Belafontes of our community. We know who they are. They'll be at a march. They'll lead a march. Their Black love, their Black power stops in the bedroom. Because oftentimes it's not about advancing the community. It's about advancing themselves. This is how Van Jones started out. I'm not saying that that's who Vic is. I'm just saying we know how they end. We know how they end up. Nora said, Amber and Jordan were depressing. Their relationship imploded so quickly. I think a lot of those relationships imploded when the cameras were off, because you don't have to fake it anymore. This is real life. So Steph said, Jordan is full of ish. She tried to throw Amber under the bus for being drunk, but she showed the text where she says he was drunk after having 8 beers. That is also a thing I think that he was trying to make stick, but it's just like, you're the one that's always drinking, Jordan. It ain't Amber. At least since we've seen it on the show, it's always been you with a bear and a pizza in your hand. So that's not going to fly. Hannah said, I do believe the rumors, though, of Amber being an alcoholic. She sounded drunk at the reunion. I think it's just how she talks. She's very 50s coded. Dr. Enmani said, I love Amber, but I have to admit she has her own issues. But who doesn't? Yeah, I think that's what it is. She has a lot of issues. It probably is from the baby father, and she has to work through that before she gets in another relationship. And that's why I said, I think she just needs to have lovers while her daughter is growing up. And when her daughter graduates and is out of the house, then maybe explore a closer relationship with the man. But you got some healing to do. And you cannot do that healing and do that work while a man is in your home, because he's going to get unnecessary abuse. I'm not saying that any abuse is necessary, but he's going to get treated poorly because of how other men have hurt you. And it's not fair to that man. Social Steph said, then he left her drunk in the car with no water. Amber said that he was in contact with some other girl from the pots. That would actually make sense. That will actually make sense. And also, I forgot about this, but to put your drunk wife in an Uber that you didn't get in? Yeah. You lucky Mama Star saved you, Jordan. You lucky Mama Star saved you, because I forgot about that. Dahlia said, not surprised about any of what Amber and Jordan complained about. She looks like a mean drunk and he looks like an immature bum. Oh, okay. Nora said, Mama Star is right. Amber's complicated life wasn't a surprise to Jordan. She warned him, and she even said it at the altar. I got a lot going on. Gave him an out. He's no victim. Hannah said they planned to say no, but Amber said yes in the last minute. They should have never gotten married. A lot of these people should have never gotten married. So some stuff said Jordan confirmed on 80's podcast that Amber was supposed to say yes and Jordan was supposed to say no, and he switched the plan. Wait, no, that is. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna watch these podcasts, because we're gonna do an update next week. Probably next Friday at this time on Love is Blind, because I feel like now that the reunion is over, everybody's going to be talking a bit more. And I want to watch those podcasts to piece some things together. McGlactic said, I love that Amber's a girl's girl, but she is not ready for a relationship. The way she imploded showed me she's not healed from her past. Yeah. And that's okay. Trauma happens. You got to give yourself time. Neglected said, in my opinion, single parents should be on this show. I agree. It's one thing if it's a contestant decision, but it's no fair to a child because he or she has no say. I agree. Social Stuff said, even in the text, they agreed to still date, but it was planned that Amber was going to say yes and Jordan was going to say no. That's crazy. I think the show is probably going to get stricter about that now, because a lot of people on this show at this reunion said that they planned what they were going to say. And Vanessa clocked that. She said, that's why we tell you not to reveal your answer until you get to the altar. You're ruining our show. CEO Shogun said, wow, ridiculous Amber's hair was on cold the entire show, including the, wow, ridiculous. Amber's hair was on cold the entire show, including the wedding. Yes. Dahlia said, honestly, was right to not move in, but for the wrong reasons. I've traveled longer distances for work. He shouldn't move in because he's a stranger to the little girl. Give Emma some time. I do agree with that. But that wasn't his reasoning. His reasoning was he didn't want to leave the city or the bars. Well, baby, then you're not ready to be a husband. If you still need to live out your frat boy fantasies, then you shouldn't apply to be a husband on this show, which makes me feel like he was another person that they went searching for. I agree. Just said, why would we want a man we've known for 4 to 6 weeks to move in with our young girl? Nah, you can move in after a couple of months, maybe even a year, child. Hannah said she said he didn't come over often, so how did he develop a relationship with her daughter? I don't think he did, really. I think Amber was using that as a way to excuse a lot of her anger and disappointment by putting it on her daughter. She didn't like that he rejected her. And she wanted to make him feel bad and be like, look, you took advantage of my child. And that's what Jordan said. Jordan was just like, she's weaponizing that. And I kind of have to agree. The baby shouldn't have been involved in that. And you yourself admitted that he just didn't spend enough time with you. So there was no real way for her to get this kind of relationship with him the way you were explaining it to be, because you are now angry. Just that, like, they only hung out a handful of times. Emma gonna be all right. Kirsten said, I think Amber is kicking herself. She put herself in that position. She knew deep down it was too quick. I think so too. I think she should have said, listen, I got a lot going on, and this isn't enough time for us to get to where we need to get to. I'm going to say no to you today, but not ever. Let's work on our relationship. And walked off the altar together. They should have just did that. Give Me Shelter said, with what we know about how violent grown adults are protected over children, hell no. Amber didn't make a good decision by participating on the show. I have to agree. Hannah said, why is Amber the man hater on the show? It's so weird because although she hates men, she is sexually attracted to them and desires partnership. She hasn't healed that part of herself that is disappointed and traumatized by them. Kay says, I agree. Amber shouldn't have introduced Big Boy to her daughter so soon, but thinking about it from her perspective, she probably wanted her daughter to be at her wedding, so she kind of had to tell her. True, but all of it is not a good reason for her to have entered in this relationship with this marriage with Jordan. Listen, Jess said, I want the footage of Amber at the wedding. She had a time. Listen, she was cussing him out, throwing them drinks back. She was probably doing splits. All over that place, twerking it. Oh my gosh. And he probably said, that's it. That is it. K235 said, Mama Star's commentary is sending me to the moon. Give Me Shelter said, well, Amber can hate men, but Amber has to take responsibility for making bad decisions when it comes to men. And she's dating an extremely dangerous demographic. Just saying. True. Thank you. That's all I'm saying. Deborah says, yes, Amber could use a maintenance man. That's it. Get a little maintenance man till that baby is in college or graduates, or decides I want to move to New York. Until the baby moves out, get a little maintenance man. Have him tend to your issues, your little kinks, for a minute. And you can have several. Why not? While you're in therapy. That's it. Hey, Ice Macchiato, thank you for being here. Dahlia said, I think Jordan is also immature and totally unfit to be a husband. I would never let a man whose house looks like that inside my punani. It's not our culture, Dahlia. Different culture, different standards. Nora said, Amber hates Chris and will always remind him that he's awful. I love it. And she does it so nonchalantly. She's just like, you're terrible. She does not care, child. So Seth said, Nikki is correct. A straight man isn't trying to be a woman's friend. He will settle for that position until the opportunity comes. Not all straight men. I will say that because I haven't experienced all straight men as friends. I will say oftentimes they will present friendship, but it's really just testing your temperature. I think all of us as women have had that experience where a guy who you thought was your friend, who you considered your brother, lets you know that he's interested in you relationally and sexually. And it is such a heartbreak and such a letdown because you really thought that this guy was your friend. It happens too often for it to not be a problem. That's why, to be honest with you, the healthiest relationships I have are with gay men. The healthiest male relationships that I have are with gay men. My who are not my family, right? I do have healthy relationships with straight men in my family, but that's blood. I'm their family member, so of course there's going to be that. But like outside of that, it's really different. Like I do have a couple of straight male friendships, but a lot of them were started when I was a child. I met a lot of them when I was like 12. And we just like grew up together. There were a few who were interested, but is that no, we're friends, and they took that and respected it, and where we are. But there was, it does happen. It does happen, and it's absolutely heartbreaking when it does. It's just like, oh, I thought you were my brother. No, I think it hurts more when it happens as an adult. As a kid, who cares? Like everybody likes each other. You know what I mean? And then you figure it out and you're just like, ew, no. It happens, but it's worse as an adult. So Steph said, my dad told me about men when I first started dating. No man wants to be your friend. That a lot of them are friends with women they are attracted to. And they will wait. They will wait. You'll be 25 years deep in that friendship, and they'll be like, well, I always liked you. And you're like, dude, what? What? Thank you, Ice Macchiato. Let my mama and my sister know. Nora said, I felt like AD and Gigi were doing crowd work. It was weird and random. That's why I want to know if it was scheduled or did they just do it because of what happened with Amber? Because it just didn't fit. It did not fit. So said, wow, she ain't got a stray. She's a hater. She's a hater because before she discovered Fashion Nova, she was in Shein. Please. Hey, Emirio, how are you? Thank you for being here. Winsome said AD was a lot better than Gigi at the crowd work. I think it's because AD is a bit more seasoned. AD has been on more reality TV shows at this point. She has a really good relationship with Netflix. She has a Netflix sponsored podcast. She's doing really good. She's a Netflix darling, and I love that for her. I just felt like this part didn't work. And I don't think it was her. I don't think it was Gigi. I just felt like this reunion doesn't need that. The reunion doesn't need us to go into the crowd ever. We don't need to go into the crowd ever. Let's stick with the cast because there's so much that we need to talk about, and we are never able to talk about everything because we're doing crowd work. Why are we doing crowd work? No shade. I don't care about the past couples. Unless it's Lauren and Cameron or Brett and Tiffany. But even then, we could talk to them on another show. Do a segment with them. Not at the reunion. I want to talk about everything that we have just watched. Let's get into that. Why are we doing crowd work when we still have not asked Devonte why he has never dated a woman of color? And why he shortened his name to Devo when it's Devonte? That's the thing. You know what? I'm going to tell y'all right now. Black man, don't give if you're going to have a child with a non-black woman, don't give that child that name, a black ethnic name, please. Especially if you're not going to stay in that child's life. Especially if you don't like their mama like that. Please. Please. Because, it's always going to be, a black child named Malcolm Africa who shortens their name to Mal. Your name is Malcolm. Why are you shortening your name to Mal? That don't make no sense. But if you're going to abandon that white lady and that biracial kid, just let her name that kid Oscar. What's a white name? I don't want to use Connor. Black people, we overuse Connor. We got to find another white name. Xander. Let her name that boy Xander. Especially if you're not going to be in that baby's life. It's always y'all. We never had this problem with the black moms. It's always y'all. Dolly said, I can't stand AD. Oh, if they're going to use AD and Gigi, give them some training. They have no camera awareness and don't know how to banter and keep the energy going. I think AD did a good job. I think the audience was just not feeling her for some reason. It was very odd. That whole thing was very odd. No more crowd work. No more crowd work, please. Please. Hannah said, child, Lauren didn't want to be there. I feel like that too. I feel like she didn't want to be there because I was like, Lauren had the baby a while ago. She didn't want to be there. She did not want to be there. Oh, Jazzy said Lauren hates the show. That's why she sent Cameron. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked either because there's it's weird that show doesn't work with them. It's weird that Love is Blind and Netflix doesn't invest in that couple. It's so weird. Dahlia said, NikkiStar, can you please put your PR hat and explain to me why Netflix is so high on AD? I don't understand. They're so high on AD because AD was really popular on her season. She was really popular. Her and that Caribbean boy with them traumatic parents, they made that season. Nobody knows any other couple from that show besides them. So that was a really, really popular couple. And then you take somebody who was really popular on her season, you put her on another show where not only does she meet a guy who was from your international version of the same show, fall in love with this guy and is now pregnant, or did she have a baby? She had a baby. She didn't look pregnant at the reunion. Pregnant, had a child with him. That's somebody you will want to invest in because it's proving that your formula works. It's also proving that it's a success story for you. So I understand why they would invest in her, which is why I'm shocked that they didn't invest in Lauren and Cameron. Maybe it was a money thing. Maybe Lauren and Cameron was asking for their worth and they didn't want to give it to them. I don't know, but I'm just like, I understand investing in AD because she is a product of your shows working. I don't understand not investing in Lauren and Cameron, which is weird. I agree. K235 said Cameron Lauren is to Love is Blind, what Nikki and Landry are to Love Island. They are bigger than the program. If they are bigger than the program, I need them to stop going back. Cameron, let this be your last thing that you do with them. If Netflix don't want to honor you, go to Hulu, go to Peacock. I don't know if you should go to Peacock, but go to let them know you got some power. And maybe you guys don't need to be in front of the camera. Maybe you need to do your own version of Love is Blind on a Black network. That will probably do well. That will probably do very well. Dolly is that Connor has no self-esteem. He called himself average and basic in the pods. I knew he was willing to get stepped on right then and there. See, let me rephrase it. I don't want a Connor then. I don't want a man that will get stepped on because I won't step. I'm a strong woman, but I'm not going to step on you. I'm not a dominatrix. I don't want that, but I want to worship her. Know who I am. My God, today. Social Stuff said, Bri literally told Connor, you're not that cute. Your hair isn't even. You look dusty. And he said, I'll wait for you. McGlexy said, Bri almost had me, but that trio, her, Ashley, Bianca, I was rooting for her. She didn't have me ever. I knew exactly what kind of woman she was. I knew exactly what kind of woman she is. Chocolate Suda said Connor definitely didn't know about the girls' trip with Devonte. She's going to shoot herself in the foot. He doesn't care, though. He doesn't care. He just, as long as he can have Bri, he does not care. They do. They live in that world. They live in it. Dolly said, who is this strong neck and diamonds? Because it's definitely a Devo. But that's who he sees. That's who he sees when he looks in the mirror. Devo does not see a Garbage Pail Kid. We all see a Garbage Pail Kid when we see him. He sees that AI picture. And he put a new picture up. It's still AI. That's the world they live in. And the thing is, this is why women are responsible for Devontae's and Chris's. Why do these men still have options? Why did that girl open up her womb to that garbage pail kid? Why you do that? You need to let them know, close the clam to MAGA men. Because they can still get clam, they're going to act like that. They're going to act like that. And it's always the clams with low self-esteem. And y'all making it bad for every other woman. Close the clam to MAGA men. It's the only way they'll learn. You know what? They'll probably start just banging each other. Child. Anyway, never mind. They'll find a way. They'll find a way. Brown Girl 44 said, Mom, your phone. Brown Girl 44 said, the funny thing is his AI pic made him look more black. I was shocked. Me too. I was like, oh. Did you want to do this? Did you meet? Anyway. Social Seth said, I see men talking to AI Instagram models all the time in the comments. It is very sad. Grown men, fathers, husbands, grown men. There was this guy exposed on Threads. He posted this post about his wife and how happy he was. They went on some vacation, and then some girl went into his replies, and all his replies were to like these AI generated women who were clearly bots. And she like screenshotted all of his replies to those bots. It was the creepiest thing. It was like one of his responses to one of the AI bots was, oh, you have great nipples. A married father. He was married. And then he was like telling he was like replying to the AI bots and saying, telling them to spread their legs and everything. And I'm like, this is clearly an animated coochie. It's something wrong with them, y'all. It's something wrong with them. Close the clam to MAGA men. Chocolate Suda said, Nick acted like Chris ate his last meal. He was furious. When Vanessa had to grab his leg, I was like, oh. Did you know him personally? What happened? Nora said, I've noticed that Nick tends to hold the guy cast members accountable more than Vanessa does. Vanessa seems to baby them. Vanessa is very Priyanka coded. They are one and the same. One of the same. Me too. Dr. Imani said, I love Jess more after the reunion. Jess to me gave what Ashley was trying to do. And Jess gave that naturally. I really enjoyed her. Ali said, Nick is from Ohio. They embarrass him. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's his, that's where he's from. And he was hoping that the men would have done better. So maybe that's what it is. Me too. BY said, I'm surprised Chris came to the reunion. Me too. I'm like, you were getting dragged. I wouldn't have came. Dahlia said, I was not impressed by Nick going in on Chris. Nick was focused on Chris violating bro code. He pushed for an apology to Connor. He didn't give a crap about Jessica or Bri, the two-faced demon. That's actually a very good perspective. I didn't even look at that. That's good. Me too. Nora said, I love how Jess was easy on Chris. Me too. I love that she did not let him get off easy at all. Brown Girl said, Jess got a new man that loves her dad. I was so happy for her. Me too. Me too. Dr. Imani said, I'm rooting for Jess and her doc. Great match. He is more her speed. I agree. I like that couple. You know what? Maybe Lauren and Cameron should do a show like that. Medical love. People love medical shows. That maybe they were like watching people. Oh, will people in medical fields do these shows? Probably get a bunch of chiropractors who are not certified.
You got married to medicine.
Oh yeah, but I'm talking about a dating show. I don't know if they would do that. Jessie said Jess cleared him professionally. She sure did. Trenton said Jess handled everything beautifully. Her segment brought a tear to my eye. Me too. That was very sweet. And we're just happy for her because It was bad. It was bad for her, but she was able to turn it around. Busola said Chris didn't realize he had a good thing with Jess. She didn't make him feel bad for his lack of success, but he was jealous of her success and tried to destroy her self-esteem. That's what they all do. If they think that you are too good for them, they will try to tear you down and try to make you have low self-esteem. But the thing is, Jess didn't have that. She was just too far advanced for him. And the funny thing about it is, he's so dumb. He's so dumb. You are nowhere near where that woman is. She did not care, and she was willing to bring you up to her level. She was willing to make you great, and you rejected it. You fool. She was willing to bring you into her home, give you access to her wealth and her circle, and she was going to pour everything into you. And you threw it away because you were insecure. You fool. You fool. Trenton said, Chris, I'm convinced that man is going to end up in jail. He's giving really dark predatory energy and seems like he wants to control and mistreat a woman. He needs to go to therapy. He really, really does. He has a lot of insecurities, and he is, instead of getting the help for his mind, he's doing these physical things that aren't helping him. It's not. If it was, he would not act the way he acts. He would not have said the things that he said. All that outside work, the triathlons that he's doing, the hair, the face sculpting, the clothing, all of that, the stilts in his shoes, none of that is making you a better person. It's making you worse because you get these things done and it doesn't change who you are on the inside. You're still angry. You're still upset. You're still insecure. No amount of physical work that you can do on the outer is going to be able to fix what your real issue is, and your real issue lies within. Trenton also said he knew he couldn't do that with Jess because she's too accomplished and doesn't want children. Did she say she didn't want kids? I thought that was Emma. Nora said Ashley, Priyanka, and Bri proved that they are mean girls to their core over and over again. Exactly. But they're the corny girls. And that's why they're mad. They're corny. Dr. Edmani said, I'm so disappointed in Priyanka, but not surprised about the mega Barbies. Here's the thing. The reason why we're disappointed in Priyanka is because she's a brown girl. And we were hoping that she would be better because of how we perceive ourselves to be and how we actually are, right? And we were thinking that she was going to be like us. It's always a disappointment, but unfortunately, there are a lot of people of color who would rather be a flunky and eat the crumbs from a white person's table than to ever rise above that and be just a good person overall. It's unfortunate, but it's a reality. That's why we're living in this current reality. Because so many people would rather be a slave to white people than to have a better nation. Busola said, I guess that's why doctors date other doctors. Sometimes they're the only people who understand. As we've seen in Justice situation. Nora said, Ashley's apology was fake and Basura. I agree. Hannah said, they are nobody's friend. They didn't care about Jess or Britney at all. Dahlia said, I need Jess and Britney to grow some backbones. These heifers will keep playing games unless you put them in check. I absolutely agree. TIK.Star said, Jess and Britney needs to cut those three birds off. I agree. I am not disagreeing with anything you guys are saying. Brown Girl 44 said, Priyanka really turned out to be a mess. Why is she always around when the drama goes down? She is the drama. She is the drama. Neglected said, Ashley didn't even apologize to Jess. She said she wishes she had done things differently. That's not, and I'm sorry. Good catch. Good catch. Dr. Inmani said Nikki called it with Priyanka when we were looking at the cast Instagram. You know, I would say this. I hate when I write about stuff like that. I hate when I write about stuff like that. We all want her to be better. But it was so obvious. It was so obvious who she was. A disappointment. May said, Jess is the nerdy girl, but she's also so gorgeous. I'd never think she was a nerd if I saw her outside. Yeah, and maybe nerd wasn't the best term to use for her, but just like the artsy kid, you know what I mean? The student, the student that's more focused on education and community service and getting into a good school than, playing on the varsity team. Because a lot of those people, a lot of the jocks and a lot of the cheerleaders, high school is it for them. Some pop off in college and some go pro, but those numbers are even smaller. So for a lot of them, their heyday will always be high school. And that's exactly what those three birds are given. Jess said, yep, I peeped it with Priyanka from the beginning. So disappointing. Yep. Romel said, preach, that would be their only achievement. And that's sad how women live like that. Because they peaked in high school. What else do they have? What else do they have? So they see this woman who has a very successful career and is doing things they could never imagine that they're doing. And they will look and see, does she have kids? No. Well, I got something on her. Her boyfriend doesn't like her. I got something on her. They're in this competition with this woman. It's just like you can't stand next to her. And you know that. So you're looking for any moment of when it's not going good for her so you can revel in that and feel special about yourself because the woman that you think is better than you is actually having a tough time. Terrible people. And you find out who those girls are for a lot of women. You find out very early on because a lot of times when you're younger, you don't know that you're that girl just yet. You find out that you're that girl because people who you think are those girls or people who you think are on top with people who you think who have more than you just start hating on you for no reason. You're just like, why are you treating me like this? I feel like you're in a much better position than I will ever be because they can see your future before oftentimes they can see where you're going to end up before you. I will never forget this girl who I met out here and a fellow actress. And I met her in a couple of like acting groups or whatever. And we hit it off really well. And there was this, I don't want to give too much information, but there was an opportunity that I could have gotten. And she knew the people who were making the decisions. And we were just talking, right? And the reason why this conversation came up is because we were just doing like we always had like these conversations about our career or whatever. And she's saying things, I'm putting her in touch with people, I'm telling her about auditions, and we're just really like exchanging information. I didn't realize that we weren't exchanging information until after the situation happened. So anyway, I asked her about it and she's like, oh no, I can't. I don't know those people. I won't be able to help you. And like, after that, like the relationship like kind of stalls a bit. And I'm like, what happened? Right. So later, another friend recommends me to these people. And they call me in or whatever. And I actually end up getting the position, getting the job. And I remember talking to the people who were over it. And they were just like, because they were like, oh my God, we can't believe that we found you. We love you. We think you're going to be great or whatever. We can't wait to work with you. And we had an event, like a celebration. Like, I'm sorry, I'm choppy because I don't want to tell too much because I don't want to, I don't know who's watching. And I don't want people in my life to put things together. We had this event and she was invited to the event because she was a part of this program. And they were like so excited to see her or whatever. And they were actually, and I said hi to her because we were all at the same table. And they were shocked that we knew each other or whatever. And then one of the people who was over the program was just like, I would have never known that you guys knew each other. She was just like, if she would have told me about you, I would have had called you in for this. And when she heard that, she just stared. Like she just like could not move. She was just like, and I just laughed because I was just like, right. And then I talked to a friend who was at that table and we talked about that situation. And she was just like, Nikki, she was never going to recommend you because she sees you as competition. Because I just was so like, I was fairly young in this industry. And I just couldn't believe it. I was just like, I've helped her get jobs. Like we were like, that's what we do. We help each other. Like we're a minority in this industry. So, I was talking to my friend about it and she was just like, your competition, Nikki. And I was like, me? She's doing so much better than me. Like she's like, Nikki, look how easily you got in this program. She is not going to help you get a leg up if right now you are not in the same position that she's in. Because if you get in that position with her, she might not be able to get everything that she's getting. And I never looked at it like that. But like everything started to click and make sense. And like as soon as I got that, all of this stuff started, like everybody started telling me all these things. And basically everybody was letting me know that this person was making sure that I didn't get these opportunities. And it was so like heartbreaking, but then it kind of made me feel good because I thought that this person was so farther than me. I just thought that they had everything. And I was just like, you were looking at me as competition. I didn't even know that I was that girl until I found out that somebody who I thought was that girl was trying to close doors for me. So oftentimes you don't even realize who you are, but your enemies let you know. When you start getting hated on by these people, you start doing some research and being like, wait a minute, why are you mad at me? Then when you start to do the research and you start putting two and two together, and then you realize, oh, I'm it. That's why you mad. And that's exactly what's happening with Jess. I hope that she's able to get it. I hope that she got some people in her life that's telling her, yo, those girls are not your friend, because although they look like they have it, they don't have what she has. And that's what they want. Clock it. They ain't your friends, Jess. May said, I love how the male-centered doctor chose a female doctor, even though haters say a woman's education and intellect doesn't matter to men. I love how the male doctor, I said male-centered. Child, I'm giving Amber. I love how the male doctor chose a female doctor, even though haters say a woman's education and intellect doesn't matter to men. Can we just talk about how that male doctor also did not think that he was good enough for Jess? And he was so thankful that he got another opportunity, because that time allowed him to get some sense and be like, that's a good woman. And if I'm not good enough for her, I'm going to make myself good enough for her. Ciao. Me too, Romel. I would love to see that wedding. I hope they show us. If Netflix doesn't cover it, put it on YouTube and let us watch it. Oh, they do. Neglected said Jess and Aramo have their own People magazine article. I love it. K235 said Jess is gorgeous and accomplished and in shape. Exactly. What was Chris talking about? But she's a brunette and has darker hair, so the bottle blonde like Bri and Ashley seem to think she's below them. I don't know. It's giving colorism for white women. That's exactly what it is. But that's the reason why Ashley has such a problem with Britney, or not being chosen by Alex. And that's why Britney, that's why you could never be a part of that clique. That's why they will never invite you on them trips. That's why they will never put you in that group chat, because the white girls, the beauty standards, that especially Ashley, she's the one running that. She's the one running that clique. She knows, or at least she's had her own experience, and she is intimidated by being in your presence, because she feels like if she can't get Alex to like her, you and her being in the same position and in the same place, absolutely not. Don't let y'all be hanging out and a white man that she wants comes and approaches Britney, she gonna lose it. She gonna lose it. And Britney don't even know. She's like, oh my God, I thought we were friends. You will never be a friend to Ashley. It's not your fault. But you prove to her that she is not the beauty standard. And she can't have it like that. You see what the woman of color in her life look like. You see what the woman of color and the black girls in her life look like. You think she would ever make you a friend? Girl, wake up. Wake up. Dr. Imani said, when Jess was crying, it brought me to tears too, because Jess is so deserving of the love that she is getting. Absolutely. I love that he gave her flowers. It was just, I just thought back to that moment. Brown Girl said, just couldn't stop blushing. It was adorable. Yes. Kirsten said, just said Chris lied about his political views. She straight up asked people if they voted for the Army. Oh, really? Was this on a podcast? I got to watch these podcasts. Oh, she got his hand. Okay, she got a tan and match her brown man. Okay. You know they say you morph into your partner. So maybe that's what it is. Oh my God, she does. K235. K235 said, just reminds me so much of Demi Lovato. She does look just like her. Yo, I'm out here looking like a 10. That's my song. SEO Shogun said, I think, yes, I think he's perfect for her. That whole podcast thing was a super former nerdy guy moment. And even though she's a bit cooler than him, they could be nerdy together. Oh, yes. I love it. I love it. I love it. That's a couple that I wish Love is Blind that we would have gotten on this season. But I'm glad that they're able to establish their relationship outside of the show because I think it'll be more healthier. Me too. Dr. Imani said, I'm happy that Emma's getting therapy. I wish her well in the future. Me too. Yes. SEO Shogun said, I like that Aramo said to Jess, I love you, Jess. And that word is not enough. First of all, they're already talking like they're married. So that's the next step for this couple. Nora said, I hate that Emma's family seems to unintentionally guilt trip her when she does try to express how she feels. So then she immediately disregards her feelings to protect them. Family therapy would help. Yeah, I think she needs to be in her own personal therapy. They need to be in family therapy as well. Nora said, I hate that they panned over to Emma to see her reaction to Mike already being in a relationship. That seems shady. It's TV, right? I keep on telling y'all, these shows don't care about your feelings. They don't. That's why I'm like, if you're going to go on reality TV, scam them back. They're going to make a fool out of whatever image you give them because this is a circus and you are their clowns. K235 said her parents were acting like they didn't even know that Emma was Chinese. I honestly feel like the vagueness with them and them, like, not really wanting her to, not really diving into her culture, I think it's because of that adoption, guys. She's in her 30s? She was probably adopted in the 90s. It was some stuff happening around that time, child. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe they're just like, no, you don't need to do no research. Please don't. Nora said her parents also went all the way to China to adopt her. So they did know that she is of another ethnicity and culture. Yeah. Amira said, I completely agree, Nikki. My best friend was adopted from China. Her parents didn't introduce her to her culture. She was raised as if she were white. And you just cannot do that. You just cannot do that. You just cannot do that. Okay. Busola said, I saw a doc that's in the UK. They tell the adoptive parents that adoption is trauma for kids. I think adoptive parents should know that you're likely taking the child out of their community and culture. Yeah, I told you about my imaginary, not imaginary, but if I were to adopt a child, I told you about Star Lee. Me and my Chinese baby, we're going to be a staple in Chinatown. Like, we're going to be a staple in Chinatown. And we're taking a yearly Mecca to China. Like, you got to do that. You have to do that. And what is it Mandarin? Chinese. Me and my baby going to learn Chinese. And if me and my baby going to be taking Chinese culinary cooking classes. Like, me and my baby going to be learning how to make dumplings. Like, my favorite soup is wonton soup. Me and my baby going to learn how to make wonton soup. Like, yes, make the wontons. You cannot take that child from their culture and just not like raise them with it. It's so mean. It's abusive. It is abusive. Ice Macchiato said, "You're reading this correctly, Nikki. Mike just wants someone to have kids to make his mom happy. And you cannot do that. Do you want to be a father? That's the thing." I agree. Tifa said, "Alex didn't get enough smoke for me. They should have dragged him like they did Chris." Yeah, but I honestly think they didn't drag Alex because Alex was ready. Alex was ready to pipe back. So they was just like, you know what, let's go easy on him. Dr. Imani said Alex was looking just as dusty as he did during his wedding day, if not worse. And here's the thing, I think it's probably Arizona. I was in Arizona for 3 days, y'all. I felt that sun. I don't know how white people live down there. There's a lot of white people in Arizona. How the hell y'all living through them elements? I'm dark chocolate and I was going through it. I couldn't imagine what the lack of Melanesian people are going through. My God, today, that Arizona sun don't play and it's showing. Alex, you need to get some sunscreen. You need to get some black girl sunscreen immediately. Nora said Alex wasn't even defensive with Vanessa when she was just like, I think being vulnerable can actually feel nice. Alex is very angry. Alex was even defensive when Vanessa said, when she was like, I think being vulnerable can actually be nice. Alex is very angry. He was just like, sure, okay, maybe. I'm like, okay, Alex. Ciao. Oh, you know what? That may be it. Dahlia said Nick was picking on Chris because he violated bro code. All Alex did was disrespect his fiance, so Nick doesn't care. So Steph said Alex don't even live in Ohio. He was living in Austin. Child, where was he? Who knows what he's gonna be after him and Devonte fall out? My God, today he was absolutely ready. Authentically, Bri said Alex was ready to get his look back. He absolutely was. Absolutely, yeah. Ice Macchiato said, "Yep, this show was temporary housing for Alex." It absolutely was. But they went searching for him. Homeless. I'm here looking for work. The casting doesn't care. They just need somebody who is willing to come on this show, especially for men. They are very desperate because let's tell it to shame the devil. The good guys are in relationships. The good guys don't need this show to get anybody. Y'all keep on wanting black love. The black people that will be good for this show are not signing up for it because they're probably already in relationships. You're going to really have to dangle a carrot in front of these people's faces to get them to come on these shows now. Social Steph said, I promise you, Alex and Devo agreed to swap partners after they came out the pods and saw they got their opposite types. I absolutely agree. I know they had that conversation. Authentically, Bria said, how is Devo living with Alex? We got to garbage. He probably was at some bar using the fact that he was on Love is Blind as a way to get women, and the only girl he could get was that woman that he knocked up. That's it. Social Stuff said Ashley's friends provided the tea that Devo went to Austin to get at Ashley. Now it all makes sense. And that's why Ashley was playing dumb. Because now it all makes sense. Because now the man that she wanted didn't want her, he wanted Britney. And now she can look at Britney and be like, the man that you wanted me. That's why she was over there playing dumb. And that's why Britney wasn't letting up, because she knew what it was. That makes sense. My God, today. Risa said Alex couldn't even explain who employed him because he's a habitual liar. He can't keep them lies straight. He cannot keep them lies straight. Oh, WNC says September 2025, China ended global adoptions due to white Americans' refusal to give 5-year updates on the adopted up to 25 years of age. From 91 to 2024, only 9% of international adopted parents honor contracts. Authentically Bria said, Devo don't make the money he claimed he does. The reunion solidified that for me. That Honda. And he was hot about that Honda. That people was just like, oh, Devo wants a prenup to protect his Honda. They're all lying. These men are lying. And I think the show knows that, but they have to do what they have to do because these are the only men that they can get to come on the show. I think these men come on the show and the show knows that these men are just here for exposure. But they have to go along with it because if they don't cast them, they will have no show. Ice Macchiato said Nikki's clapback was so good, LOL. Nick's clapback was so good, LOL. When he said the show is called Love is Blind, so you're not supposed to see the wife. Yeah, and what's his name? Alex didn't like that child. Melecta said, how was Alex rooming with Devo in Arizona, who has a house in Ohio, is engaged and is expecting a baby? He's hanging out with Alex so much, he's starting to lie like him. None of this made sense. None of this made sense. Social Steph said, Mega Barbie is still mad that Alex wasn't attracted to her or liked her like that. And if Alex said yes, she would have said yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. Ice Macchiato said, yes, Ashley is used to getting all the men because of the beauty standards. And then she has somebody who is not the beauty standard, at least to her, and she can't stand it. I absolutely believe she entertained Devonte. And that's why Britney was mad. I absolutely. May said, I'm confused about Ashley because she always says she comes in second best to her exes, but then she is shocked when someone doesn't want her. Well, you have to realize she probably has made herself to be this beauty standard and to do all of that work to get to that and it still not be enough. It's an ego check. Hannah said she wanted to sound as genuine as Jess, but the difference is that Jess was speaking from the heart and not a rehearsed speech. Yep. And I absolutely agree. So I'm glad they didn't get married, Ashley. Ashley said both people need to do some inner work, speaking about Ashley and Alex. And I agree. Nora said, it's funny that Ashley says that she didn't want to be rejected, even though Alex was rejecting her the whole time. So it wouldn't have made that much of a difference if she was rejected at the wedding. I guess she was thinking about that moment being viral and she didn't want that. She said, I'm going to make a viral moment. And that didn't even land the way she wanted it to. So said, Alex said he went to the altar looking dirty and that he didn't even have a bath or shave because he is saving that for his real wife. A mess. Janelle said, Ashley thinks that just because she got blonde hair, the man was going to fall out for her. Girl gone. Well, it's worked before. So, I mean, I don't think that it's crazy for her to think that. Look at Paris Hilton. Paris Hilton has been bleaching her hair blonde and wearing blue eye contacts since she was a teenager. Paris Hilton, that's a Kylie Jenner. Paris Hilton. Paris Hilton looks like Kyle Richards. That's her twin. Nora said, I can't stand that Britney's dad was more protective of Devonte than his own daughter. Very weird. Very weird. Ice Macchiato said, I can't stand Alex, but when he said, on my end is mutual, and then remain calm, I was dead because then Ashley kept going on and on because Ashley didn't like being rejected by him. Because not only was she rejected by him, she was rejected by him because she is not his type. And we have talked about this. That's why I said this was the whole thing that was going on with the Landria. That's the reason why she got so much racist hate from so many white women and so many women of non-black women of color, because they are used to being told that they are the standard, especially for, I mean, like there was Nick, he was an attractive, popular white guy, and he was going after Alandria. Those women were spiraling because they were told that they were the preference. And then you have this dark skinned black woman who doesn't look anything, it cannot be confused as anything else but black, and got this white guy in a tizzy, this attractive, popular white guy in a tizzy. And then you got this brown girl, this woman of color, trying to get with him, and he don't see it for her. So they were all going crazy because they were just like, what the hell is this? But that's what's going to happen as we continue, as the world, as this nation is being forced to believe this one thing. A lot of us are going to reject that. And when that is being rejected, those who were once the preference won't be the preference anymore. And you are going to have them crash out like Ashley. You're going to have them crash out like the Huda fan base. That's what's just expected to happen because the hands of power are shifting. And a lot of people don't like that. So you have somebody like Ashley who cannot believe, although she probably didn't want Alex herself, she is going to try to make it work with him because she can not believe that when he has her, this slim, blonde hair, blue-eyed white woman, her not being enough because she's not a big booty, dark-skinned Latina. Oh, she's losing it. So that's why she's still so angry. That's why she stayed in that relationship as long as she did. Because she needed to prove to herself that she was better than a Britney. And she wasn't. And that's such a ego check and a reality check for somebody like her. Oh my God, you do? Oh, I definitely would have reached out had I known. The next time I go, I will. Neglected said, Arizona is gorgeous, especially Scottsdale. I love it there. It is so beautiful. It feels so sacred to me. Like concerning the indigenous people, it just seems like such a sacred place. Oh, I enjoyed my time. Hannah, he was terrible. And I was like, was it an injury or reality, baby? Or reality. Kimberly said Devonte must have played foolishness in middle school and JV in high school. Them athletes. See, I've never dated an athlete. I'm a theater kid, so all of my men have been artsy guys. Are athletes like this? I mean, they're wonderful to look at. I just never played with one of them. Are they like this? Are they this delusional at their big ages? My God, today. My God, today. Dahlia said, Devonte actually had some personality in that promo. That man did not like Britney. He didn't. He did not. K235 said, Britney's dad, I couldn't believe he started crying over Devonte. I'm sorry, Britney better than me. I would have said something. I would have been like, Dad, tighten up. Ciao. Hannah said, Britney's dad praising the man who hurt his daughter. Just foolish and misogynistic. Yep. Ice Macchiato said, why couldn't Devonte get a hotel, though? Why did he need to stay with Bri? I think he was trying to make something happen with Ashley. I think Ashley didn't like him, but I think Ashley probably entertained it just a bit to have a little something to dig at Britney. That's why Britney wasn't letting up, because she knew what it was. Soso Steph said Priyanka and Ashley were in the same Airbnb, and that's why Devonte made up an excuse to stay there to try to get with Ashley. I believe it. I didn't catch that. Dr. Imani said Priyanka whispering under her breath that she is not friends with Britney was irking me. Oh, I didn't catch that. Oh, Priyanka. Yikes. He does. Dahlia said Jordan absolutely remembers, but like a good bro, he'll keep his mouth shut. I agree. I agree. Neglected said, I don't understand how Connor is okay with how Bri moves. Connor is okay with how Bri moves because I think he thinks that Bri is the best he's going to get. I think so. I think he probably will say something, but I think Bri's going to shut him down, and that'll be the end of it. Kimberly said Priyanka said that her and Britney aren't close. Bri and Ashley said they were close to Britney, so these two owed her at least a conversation or a text about Devonte going. Here's my thing: even if Priyanka isn't close with Britney, you still know that she's engaged to Devonte. You still know her through this process. You owe her that. You don't have to be close to her to owe another woman respect about her fiance staying in your home, especially if you are like, you don't have to be besties, but you know this woman. So let's not, like Priyanka is just, she's gross. K35 said Britney's dad was disappointing, but I guess we shouldn't be surprised that he never told his mixed race daughter to have her self-esteem because it seems like he don't have any himself. Also, guys, is he of a different culture? I don't think he's Black American. And I don't want us to put Black American standards on this man. Kirsten said it was a weird because, Black Americans are, fiercely high in the racial self-esteem. Kirsten said it was a weird contrast of Britney and Ashley's dad. Both are extremes on the opposite end of the spectrum. Very true. Dahlia said at first Britney's dad was lowering Devontae's guard to get him to tell the truth, but as he kept talking, I realized he was being sincere. It was weird. Yeah, you at first take it as, oh, is he trying to, get Devonte in one of his lives, and then you're just like, oh no, he just really cares for Devonte. Even after what he did to his child, weird. Kimberly said Britney gave that man 5 ways out. She knew deep down that he didn't want to be with her. She's desperate to wear that dress. I wouldn't have told nobody that I bought that dress before the wedding. Oh wait, Chocolate Sooner said that's not Britney's mom. The AZ house has to be. Oh, that wasn't Britney's mom. I thought that was. You know what? That makes sense. Well, why was she rubbing on that married man's chest? Who was that? The AZ house has to be another Airbnb. Devonte and Alex are not to be trusted. Yeah, they were both like, oh my God, my sweet potatoes. I gotta make my sweet potato pie. I'm sorry, I just looked at. I got to do a lot of cooking this weekend. Yeah. I don't believe them. They're lying. You got a fiance and a baby on the way, and you live in Arizona, and they live in Ohio, and not in your house in Ohio. He's a bum. Husola said, why are all these men so sketchy about their living situation? It's like they're dodging the tax collector. Or they can't be truthful about their living situation, because if they're truthful about their living situation, then they have to expose the show. That's what it sounded like. That's what it sounded like. I want to hear from the baby mama. Miranda said, Britney's family is odd. Her father offers no protection and desperately wanted SpongeBob to take her off his hands. Sir, why are you begging this man and crying to him like you're in high school? Very weird. Speak on it. Brown girl 44. 40K a month with a roommate. Expose it. He's a liar. Him and Alex together are going to be lethal. The scam, he works in sales, and Alex is a scammer. The scams that they're going to come up with, my God, today. Thank you. Winston said he ain't going to the doctor's appointments with her. Like, she carrying your child. She don't need your assistance. Child. Oh my God, he has? So Steph said, Devonte has been engaged 3 times since 2023. Oh, he's a scammer just like Alex. Oh, they're going to be lethal. Arizona, watch out. Arizona, watch out. Kimberly said, Devonte preys on single women and their vulnerability. It's disgusting and vile, which is exactly why he should not have any access to any clams. I don't know why that woman let him play in her clam and release himself in her. You let Devonte shoot up the club? The bar's in hell. The bar's in hell. Hey, E for Empathy. E for Empathy said, hey, NikkiStar. Hey, Star fam. Missed y'all, but I got a replay game. Can't wait to see y'all cutting up. Oh, we've been cutting up for a minute. Thank you for being here. Nora said the baby announcement for Zach and Bliss was heartbreaking. Yeah, and I don't think that that's what they intended, but it was just very odd. I was like, ooh, I'm uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable. L Boogie said, hey, y'all. Oh, I'm about to wrap this up, y'all. I'm trying. Hey, y'all, I'm in a replay, but I need someone to go back and let me know how many of my predictions were right, because I know I called Vic. You are always right. You're always clocking it. I don't think you missed any. I don't. Yeah, it was. Winsome said that was such a shift of tone. It absolutely was. Romel said, me personally, I would have just announced my gender because that type of video was personal to me. Yeah, thank you for saying that. I also felt like we shouldn't have experienced that. That wasn't for us. I don't think it should have been, in my opinion. Dahlia said, Mom, sit up. Dahlia said that baby announcement was heartbreaking, and it was such a tonal shift for them to just suddenly move on. Zach was crying while kissing Bliss. Give that man a moment. We shouldn't have had that moment with them. We shouldn't have. Busola said these Love is Blind producers are such ghouls exploiting Zach and Bliss bittersweet moment. But the thing is, you can't be exploited if you don't show up. They showed up. Zora said, wait, so Alex, a child of an absent father, lived with his best friend who moved in all the way to Arizona to avoid being a father. And the fact that everybody clapped about that, I was like, nobody is asking a question of why his child is in Ohio. Like, why are y'all clapping and acting like it's a good thing? It's not. Oh, it's already going to happen. BET, they've already gotten rid of BET Plus. I feel like Paramount is just going to kill BET altogether. I don't think BET is going to survive this. I think they're going to kill it all together. Dahlia said, y'all better hope Paramount doesn't buy up everything because it will definitely turn into MAGA media. They just brought up Tyler Perry's stake in BET Plus. It's scary. Deb said, Vic and Christine vacation must be within the states because they didn't say where it was. One of them must be a felon. Like, that's what it's actually giving. I don't think that is, but it's just like, why can't they travel out of the country? What's going on? K235 said they would get all the whites from Bucks County to perform the MAGA propaganda on Philly season. Here's the thing. I don't think that anybody from who on the Philly season is going to be bold enough to be MAGA. You guys don't understand. You cannot be conservative and live in Philly. That is going to be bad. Those people are going to make themselves pariahs if they come on Love is Blind and try to make Philly seem like it's a red city. Because it's going to be called Love is Blind Philly, even if they're from Bucks County. So they're going to be repping Philly. If they come on this show and act like Philly is some MAGA city, they are going to be pariahs. I don't think people are dumb enough to do that. I don't think people are dumb enough to do that. We'll see. We will see. Jersey's going to, I think Jersey's going to embarrass us. Oh, God. Please don't put nobody from Jersey on the Philly season. Oh, gosh. Tartar, deeply. Philly is a Muslim city. You got to have some Muslims on that season. It won't make sense. It won't make sense. Oh no, so I like the singers because you get to see the people who sing those songs at the most inappropriate times when somebody's having a crash out. You betrayed me, yay! I love that we get to see them. I love it. Oh, Doylestown. What was you doing in Doylestown? Hey Yasmin, thank you for being here. Romel said, right, I was counting each couple. They need to realize the show is not working. Now there's a lot of success stories. I was just like, 10 seasons, that's all you got? Terrible. Terrible stats. Terrible stats. Mellow Vibe said, LOL, huge 98 Degrees fan, so I only know Ohio through them. And the only reason I ever went to Cincinnati, I really liked it. I'm interested to go, but it's just like OHIO. Corny. Janelle said Amber's walk-off was so cringy. That something was wrong. The shoes were too big or the dress was too small. Something was not working. I do not know where her lips were like that. It was so weird. It was I don't know where her lips were like that. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Because I remember her having lips on the season. So I'm like, what? Where are your lips? It was very weird. Very weird. I'm sorry, Jazza. Jazza Nova said, as an Ohioan, I'm not saying Ohio was cool, but I love OHIO. Okay. And we will love it too. We will love it too. Give Me Shelter said, meanwhile, Zendaya is breaking her neck to take pictures with Alandria and other Black celebrities. Note to the reality stars, make the best of your first season and leave reality TV in the dust. Absolutely. Absolutely. Nope. Zora said, did we ever see Devil's People? Like, how did he get the name? We didn't see Devonte's family because he was not going to marry Britney. And even Britney said that. Britney was just like, I didn't even meet your family. Like, that was, she really wanted to meet the family, but he wouldn't do it because he was not marrying that girl. He came on the show for exposure. He knew he wasn't marrying anybody. And Love is Blind knew that. That's why we have a problem with casting. Because they are not hiring men who want to be married. Janelle said, yes, that's what it is. He wanted approval of all of them because he literally was there for no reason. They had to write him in like a maid. Oh my God. Oh my God. So sad. Dahlia said, Love is Blind really used a really intimate moment between the dead grandma and her grandson just for a filler. Just gross. Make the Lachey's put in some work. Clock in. Yeah, we didn't need that. It was uncomfortable. It was very, very uncomfortable. Oh no. Social Seth said, this is about the Nick Val show. There is a 60-year-old man paired up with a 25-year-old on this show. I saw that in a clip and said, no thanks. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Zora says, yes, my mind went to how they're trying to normalize PDF given who's in the who. And that's the thing. It's just like, especially right now, a show like that should not have been made. A show like that should not have been made. Social Stuff said, I got called a hater on TikTok and I can't recognize a healthy relationship and also jealous of Christine by white women because I said that I had my eye on Vic, that I wasn't convinced. They're the propaganda just didn't work on you. And that's what it is. It worked on other people who look at that and be like, oh, this is the ideal relationship. And it's just like, listen, you can love the Lord. There ain't nothing wrong with that. But relying on your Christian faith to hold the relationship together means that neither one of you are looking to become better people. You're looking to use the Bible as an escape, as a scapegoat for the issues in your relationship, or put a Band-Aid over some issues. Oh, let's pray about it. The sex is awful. Let's pray about it. Let's pray that God makes your dingling work the way I need it to work. No, y'all got to get some help. Like, y'all got to get some help. Maybe go to a Kama Sutra retreat. Something. Y'all, all that praying ain't helping. Y'all got to put in some action. That's how they do them relationships, child. Jolly said, not for nothing, but it's weird that Vic and Christine have no ties to the rest of the cast. They're never mentioned in convo with anyone because they're propaganda. They're propaganda. So says that Christine has low self-esteem. That's why she wants a black man. She feels a white man would not accept her with her past. Also, a black man will put her on a pedestal. Sorry, that's what black women, let's be honest, that's where a lot of non-black women go to you because you make them feel special in a way that they can't get from the men in their communities. You put them on a pedestal for just being white. That's what you do. Like, you know, as a non-black woman, if you need a little self-esteem boost, you got to find yourself a nice low racial self-esteem black man. You're going to eat. Listen, let me tell you something. Back in the day, when I was a size 6 and I used to wear a middle part bust down, and I live in LA, I knew if I needed a little self-esteem boost, I knew put on a cute little bodycon dress, go down to Culver City, had them rich white men all over me. I have grown. But, I wouldn't entertain any of them, but I was just like, I just needed to, I need to feel something. I needed to feel something. That, oh my God, you're so gorgeous. Oh my God, you're a goddess. Oh my God. The dark-skinned girls know what I'm talking about. Dark-skinned girls know what I'm talking about. You got to do what you got to do. Every woman knows what culture of man will make you feel special. Just because of the culture that we know. So I can understand why she would, want a black husband. They going to do some stuff that them white boys won't do. Them white men let you know they're the prize, not you. You get a black man with low racial self-esteem or a black man who wants white adjacency. Oh, he gonna tell you everything you want to hear. Until that baby comes. Ciao. Ice Macchiato said, Vic said he had no concerns about Christine raising a bar. Go look at his Instagram. Crazy. I'm just like, here's the thing. I wasn't expecting Vic and Christine to have a bunch of racial conversations because they're an interracial couple. I was expecting Vic and Christine to have a bunch of racial conversations because of who Vic is. The fact that they had none is crazy to me because of how he presents himself. Like, have you talked to Christine that she's going to be at all these freaking lectures about white people killing black people? What? Have you talked to your wife have you let her know that she is the enemy in all of your teachings? Like, what? Crazy. It's ridiculous. K235 said, I lived down south for a while and I can't tell you how many pro-black women always seem to choose a white wife. It's literally 6 times out of 10. 3 times out of 10, they'll choose a woman of color or a mixed wife because oftentimes it is not about bettering the community. It is using the plight of the community to better themselves and put themselves in a position or platform them in a position where they can receive access to white adjacency. You got to catch it. That's why, unfortunately, a lot of people within my community are just like, your partner got to be black if you want to lead. Like, no. You're not putting yourself as a leader in our community, and that partner don't look like us. We can't trust it, especially if it's a black man. Sorry, if it's a black woman, we might be able to trust it a bit more. I love Barack Obama. If he wasn't married to Michelle Obama, he would have been president. He couldn't have walked out there with a white wife. It wasn't going to happen. When we saw that sister with the bob, that's what sealed the deal for him. And he knows that. You know he does it. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. He gives me slam poetry. He gives me slam poetry. Um, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Yes, while Rosie said, while Christine is snapping her fingers on the front row with ridicule. I sound like the Tin Man from the Wiz. Oh, I can't wait for these stitches to get. They're so annoying. Anyway, I just thought about I'm gonna get you, sucker. Do y'all remember? Do y'all remember that couple? And I'm gonna get you, sucker. And it was the pro black man with the white wife with the braids and the white kids. That is Vic and Christine. Oh my God, that is Vic and Christine. Oh Lord, Lord. Oh my God. So Steph said, look at Devo. His black father was nowhere to be found. And you see how he turned out? He's a perfect case study. Yes. And oftentimes, I'm not beating up on black men, but oftentimes y'all procreate with racists. So you have this visibly looking black kid who was raised by a freaking daughter of a Confederate. And he's walking through society as a black man, but like having the most racist ideals. It's you stop creating Devontaes. I'm so sorry. Please, no, I'm not. Stop creating Devontaes. We have enough problems of our own. Because what happens is he may not see himself as a black man. The rest of the world sees him as a black man. So Netflix, he filled a freaking quota of a black person on this show, and he doesn't see himself as that way. And Netflix, when they released it, they said, here are our black contestants. Devonte was one of them. He should not have been considered a black contestant. That is a problem. Just because you phenotypically look black does not mean that a lot of people identify that way. And they're filling a quota for a black person in a space, and we are watching this show thinking that we're going to have some representation, and we having a freaking embarrassment. We have this freaking garbage pail kid who thinks that he looks like Thor, who's getting up here saying he ain't never date no a woman of color. What the hell are you talking about? He's a full Negro. I don't care what your mama look like. Even Netflix told you black. And that is my problem. We have to stop allowing people who, with that freaking one drop rule, ruins it. Because now we got this one dropper taking the space of an actual black person. And look at the disappointment. No. We should only fill that spot if you identify as black. And not if you only identify as black when it's an opportunity for you. When it's a scholarship, you black. When it's a slot to fill on a popular TV show, you're black. Any other time, I'm mixed race. I'm Caucasian. No, absolutely not. Dahlia said, I think Meghan Markle is the first biracial kid I've seen with a black mom who seems firmly rooted in white culture. I don't know which ball got dropped there. It's because of how she looks. That's what I think it is. I think it's because she didn't, at first glance, she tells a story about how her teacher was telling her to identify as white, and she said, no, my mom is black. Like, I'm not going to do that. Also, no shade, but she was raised in LA. They a little different. Not all. But it's a little different over here. But now Megan is a sister. Okay. She said, I never got the black experience until I married that white prince. My God, today. And also the white mom biracial thing, it's just something that happens. It's not accurate across the board because there are exceptions where it's just like the Palantir guy, that crackhead that's running America, his mom is black. I said, oh, she failed. She got to be self-hating. She got to be self-hating. You got a black mama and you came out like that? A crackhead that preaches eugenics? Oh my God. You came out of a black woman? What the hell happened? There are exceptions, child. Give Me Shelter said, it's no coincidence. Even biracials call out white. Oh, they be on TikTok dragging their white mamas. They immediately start the video. The first person to call me the N-word was my mother. Time out. Woo! Woo! Hold on. That's a lot of trauma in one sentence. Let's back that up. Ease us into the trauma. My God, today. I saw it on Jubilee like show, and two black mom biracials called the white mom biracials out. She Karen so hard, I can't unsee it. People know. Oh yeah, well you can always tell. No shit, you can always tell because it's always the black side was so mean to me. Okay, girl, we know what the truth is, but Give Me Justice said Sidney Poitier had all daughters, and all three of them were from the black wife. The way they photograph with each other, would I tell you, the white mom audacity and their offspring is stronger than. Ice Macchiato said, LMAO, I said the same thing. Vic ain't black. You know, I ain't want to be, you know, I hope I wasn't rude, guys, but it's just like, not my tribe, not my business, child. I can't get it. Social Stuff said, Nikki, do you know where the Jackson Hewitt is in Alany? Yes. I used to date the owner, so I get the. Social Stuff, you have been all over, girl. Girl, what? Child, the Philly black men ain't nothing to play with. Give each other said, I feel like Philly men took MC Light's. I feel like Philly men took MC Light's songs to heart. And I know exactly what song you're talking about. Ciao. Oh, Pop the Balloon is in Arizona? I had no idea. I also had no idea those people were in their 30s and 40s. What the hell are y'all doing on Pop the Balloon in your 30s and 40s? That's for the kids. Christine, Christian said, the reunion was the best so far, but still fell flat for me. I agree. They didn't impress Alex. Well, they were afraid of him. Didn't call out Devonte. Didn't impress Bri. Could have been so much more, though. Absolutely. And we did not need the filler. We didn't. Christian also said Alex's lies were literally on camera and they could have played them back and asked him. They didn't ask him about flying in from Austin, about flirting with Britney, talk to his ex, his relationship with Priyanka. They didn't do any of that. And I think it's because Alex was already spicy. Alex was already spicy. And they were just like, no, we don't want to set him off anymore. KT35 said, let's hope Vic and Christine don't make another Devo. Don't hold your breath. Or Britney for that matter. They both need to do the internal work and make sure they instill self-love versus self-esteem in them kids. Hopefully they do. They probably would. They probably would, but we don't know. We really don't know anything from them. Yes, I love Van. Since TMZ, he was the only reason why I would ever glance at that show. Van is that dude. It really isn't. And especially, for a lot of Gen X millennial parents, you're about to be raising them in a world in America you've never known, because America is regressing. You're about to be raising biracial kids in Jim Crow America 2.0. My God, today. My God, today. My heart is with y'all. Um, I'm going to watch it. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to watch all these interviews that come out, and then we'll talk about it next Friday about all the aftermath of what we have all seen from all of these podcasts. No, the show wasn't done. 2Love 29 said I wanted the show was done. It's not. The show is not done. There's so much more to go through. There's Atlanta, Boston, Philly. I think there's one more city. I mean, one more state or city. I'm not sure, but those are the only ones I know. They at least got 3 more seasons, child. Oh, really? So Steph said Jordan said his homeboy was tapped to be on the show and he declined and then passed him Jordan's info. What? I have to watch this. So Steph said Jordan said his deal breaker was no kids. So why did he even? Oh my gosh. I got to watch that podcast. They're giving more tea than the damn reunion. Miranda said Amber should not have been on this show, period. She continuously made bad decisions, culminating in planning for Jordan to look like a bad guy at the altar, but Jordan pulled a Uno reverse. Neither one of them should have said yes. And Netflix shouldn't let somebody with a kid come on this show. KT35 said, I don't think it's that Love is Blind. I want to work with Cameron Lauren. I think it's Cameron Lauren that don't want to work with Love is Blind. Oh. Cameron Lauren, listen. Get the coin. Build up your popularity with the new generation of viewers and get out of there. Make it work for now. Oh, okay. She looked good. Okay, she 80 and had the baby. Good for her. 2Love29 says she's married. Wait, they got married? When they got married? So Steph said, I wonder if AD had to file for a K1 visa for Ollie. They need to sign up for 90 Day Fiance. They need to sign up for 90 Day Fiance. 2Love29 said they had a YouTube channel, but I think it's not for them. Oh, they should do it again. Because listen, the way media is going, you're going to have to start building your own platform. Y'all need to get back. KT35 said, yeah, I hate how Connor just let Bri walks all over him. He seems like a good dude and should not be settling for someone who treats him like she does. Listen, he's happy, child. He is happy. Happy in MS. Dahlia said, I think the appeal with the AI model is that they can say literally whatever they want and there's no blowback because she's not real. Ultimate fantasy. Yep. Give me Chelsea said, I just learned that the father of AI was a black man named David Blackmell. More stolen valor from our people. Ugh. Did he mean for it to be used like this? Oh, really? Kirsten said, notice how I forgot about Barrett. Oh, what is going on? Oh, we got to find the tea. What is going on with them at Netflix? K235 said she was willing to bring him into her home. Nikki is talking about Chris as if Jess took a stray dog. She did. Also, they were in the real. I don't remember seeing them. I really don't. Hey, Tia Bia said, hi, Nikki.Star fam. I'm late but here. This week was draining and productive. Enjoy your weekend, everybody. Yes, enjoy your weekend. Give Me Shelter said, well, I remember there was a couple on TikTok under fire because they adopted Nigerian girls and filmed themselves instructing the girls to walk with baskets. Terrible. My God, today. Speaking of Nigerians, let me bring it back to me. There is a security guard at my local market. My God, today, he is going to make sure that me and my family do our ancestry. We could not get out the market fast enough because that man held us in the parking lot telling us that is it Igbo? He had us look it up. He was like, you need to look into that because you look like my people. He would not let it go. We were like, we're Black Americans. Sir, we are not lying to you. He was like, no, you Igbo. Is it Igbo? Igbo. And we was like, oh, okay. It was such a cute interaction, but he wouldn't let it go. And I think at first he thought that we was lying, or was just like, no, we're Black American. He was like, no, I see it. I see. We was like, okay, all right, Igbo family, all right. And my sister Toy was like, is that a good thing? I was like, oh, it was such a hysterical cultural exchange because we're from Philly, so Toy was just like, I know he's not trying to. I was like, no, that's actually a culture. She was like, what that mean? And I said, no, he wasn't. He's not insulting us. Oh, but he would not let it go. And now every time I'm like, oh my God, if he's at this market, sir, please, I don't feel like it today. I'm not going to do an ancestry. I'm not going to figure that out. I'm sorry. He's like, you need to go back. You look like all the Igbo people from there. I'm Igbo. I said, okay. Amen. Amen, sir. But we're never going to do our ancestry. Sorry, brother. Miranda said Alex was awful, but I felt like it wasn't fair for Ashley to try to make him feel away for not wanting to have sex with her. All I'm saying is if the roles were reversed, talk about it. Talk about it. And she didn't even want that dude. She wanted him because he wanted somebody else. Oof. Oof. White girls, they do that to you all the time. They put you against other women. So you will fight for them like they're the prize. You are the first community of people that white men destiny swap with. That's why they were so easily able to do it with other cultures or other communities because they did it so well with you. When y'all finally break free from that spell, my God, today. When they lose y'all, my God, today. I don't know if I'm going to be alive for it. I hope I am. Give Me Shelter said, I hope Alandria doesn't even sit for an interview for any Peacock Universal interview. My girl is taking it. Oh, guys, Monday, we're going to talk about that trailer. Beyond the Phillip, nobody cares. If it ain't Nick and Alandria, nobody cares. Dahlia said, athletes really are that delusional, but they have to be in order to achieve greatness. It's like tricking yourself into being disciplined and focused. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think they're felons. I think they're just an afterthought. I think that Vic and Christine fulfilled what they needed to fill for this season. They were the Christian propaganda. And they needed to be interracial because it needed, especially when you get a black man like Vic, Mr. Social Justice Warrior, who can look over that because of the Bible. Miranda said Philly season is going to be just like Ohio. Please don't say that. No. Please. K235 says, sadly, it's already a lot of quiet MAGA races in South Philly and up Northeast, so I don't know if we're going to see. You know what? That's very true. Here's the thing. They're meth addicts. No shade to the meth community, but I don't feel like they're going to get a lot of South Philly or Northeast people. Some people are on drugs and in powerful. Like, please don't, because that now I'm gonna be embarrassed if you get people on here and they breaking up because everybody's suffering with addiction. Don't do that to my city, Netflix. Don't play me. Don't do that, please, because we got a little meth problem in the white community. So please don't do that. Please, like, no. Don't pick no white people from South Philly, Northeast, or Kensington. Don't do me. Don't do me. Don't do me like that. Please. Oh, she had her filler. Just, oh my God, that's what the lips look like. Oh my gosh. That was scary. Oh. Well, girl, get it back, child. Get it back. Give Me Shelter said, Nikki, how can reality TV turn it around? Because although they have their faithfuls, are they really pulling in new viewers? Honestly, we'll never know, because with this presidency, they don't have to be honest about their viewership. They can just give a number and it's just going to be law. We will never know. I think what's going to happen, what always happens is that when the money falls apart, they're going to go for the blacks. It's going to be another black boom. Here's the thing. The black people that's going to make this money from this black boom, you better hold it and invest it into the black community, because they're going to pull another WB. They're going to pull another UPN. They're going to pull all those black shows. They're going to do it. They're all going to come back. But black people need to put that money that they make from these shows into black shows, black production, black networks. That's the only way this is going to survive. Unless, if not, it's going to be a cycle all over again. Look at what Fox is doing with Tubi. Fox lost a lot of money in lawsuits. They got to build that capital back. So where are they going? To the one community they hate the most, Black Americans. And what are Black Americans doing? Building up Tubi to the point where it is going to be something that rivals Netflix. And when Tubi rivals Netflix, they're going to get rid of all those black shows. And they're going to start forcing white shows. Look at what Hollywood is doing. All the money that Paramount, WB, that they made up for Sinners, they're going to put that into white movies that are going to fail. But they're going to use all of that money to push white propaganda. That's what they do. And when they run out of that money, they're going to make another black movie. And black people are going to make that movie, make billions of dollars. And they're going to take those billions of dollars and they're going to push it into white actors. Try to make these white stars. You see how much money they're putting into Timothy Chalamet? You see how much money they're putting into Glenn Powell? They don't care if their stuff don't make money. They're going to make a white guy the face of Hollywood. And they're going to force you to like it. And they're going to spend billions of dollars to do it. If black people are smart, they will take the money that they will make from this and invest it into their community. Yeah, they're twins. Chocolate Suitor, Kyle and Paris Hilton are twins. Dahlia said, I've definitely fluffed out my afro because I know white guys are fascinated. It's nice being exotic for it. Oh, it's so much fun. It's a confidence boost. It's a concert. Oh my God. I've never seen anybody so beautiful before. Sure, Connor. This isn't going anywhere. I don't do it anymore, guys. I've grown. I've grown, but I know where to go to make myself feel special. I know where, child, Marina said, not Culver City, child, because yes, I have left my all-black neighborhood in Ladera Heights. So it's not just me. We know where to go. We know where to go. Give Me Shelter said most of my family marries black with a few outliers. My only family in the South, just this one family, all had biracial kids at the family reunion. They were the biracials being bad. Ciao. Oh my God. Give Me Shelter said I want to get just like a Hollywood Shuffle, Last Dragon watch party. I will only do that in person because we have to talk about it in person. Those are some of the best movies ever. K235 said, unpopular opinion, Britney should have not been listed as a black contestant either. Here's the thing. It's the one drop rule. Black people got to stop honoring that. And I am not saying that because to like shun biracial people or mixed race people. I'm not doing that. If you are somebody, there are mixed race people who identify as black. Right. I was watching this segment about this girl on TikTok, and she was talking about how she's a mixed race biracial, but no, she's a black identifying black biracial. She's like, I'm biracial, but she's like, I'm black. You know, she don't look like she got a white parent. She's like, I'm black. You know, I am biracial. That is who I am. But how I live my life is as a black person. So I'm not saying the one drop rule to get other people out. It's just, you know, you got to have 4 black grandparents. I am not saying that. I'm just saying the one drop rule that was not created by us is actually like a stain for a lot of people who don't want to identify as black. And I love it here. And I want people who want to be here. And if you are forced to be here, I don't want you taking up space because you are taking up a space you don't want, a space for someone, and you won't represent me properly. So I don't want you in it if you don't want to be here. And I want to give you that opportunity. But the thing is, white people won't give them that opportunity. They say you're black. So you are like, so some people who are forced to be here. Devonte is forced to be black. And it's like, ugh, I kind of hate that for me. Because I don't want you to be the black representation. Because you don't want to be here. And you shouldn't represent me if you don't like what we are and who we are and what we come from. You shouldn't be the face of us. That's all I'm saying. 2Love29 said, it's an identity issue like the Asian guy and the Indian guy. They're discriminated against their own. And listen, I get that, right? Some people have those issues. Don't represent the black community. Please. When you sign that application, don't check off black. If they call you black, correct them. Tiger Woods, I'm Caucasian. And thank you for that. As soon as he said that, black people said, oh, okay. Took our power back. He ain't been right ever since, child. But it's just like, you should not be representing me. You don't want it. And you don't deserve it. So go, mulatto. I don't know. Don't say black, please. Give me something said, if Meghan Markle didn't straighten her hair, I wouldn't know she had a black mom. Plus, she tweaked her nose like Halle Berry. Yes, we love Meghan over here. We don't know that. We're not going to do that to the Duchess. Dahlia says, see, I thought with Meghan Markle, it's because she could pass for white too until I saw her childhood pic. Her nose and hair gave away as one of them. Yeah, it's absolutely the hair. If she didn't straighten that hair, I would have caught it. I would have caught it. The pop. No, she's not. No, she's not. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. No, she's from Jersey. She is from Jersey. She is from Jersey. Don't put that on us. So what happened? 6'6". What happened, girl? What happened? Listen, 2Love29. Pop the balloon is not for me. Gay pop the balloon. I be dying. The first gay pop the balloon I saw was this older guy it's not my community, but gay, black, gay people, gay men in general, y'all gotta stop with the ageism. I grew up where it was like a privilege to get old in the gay community because that was not afforded to a lot of gay people, especially gay men, especially if you were around in the 90s. So getting old was like a privilege. I don't like that. I don't like that. That bothers me. But again, not my community, not my business. Anyway, so the guy was like in his 40s. I think he was lying. He looked a little older because, black don't crack, and that was cracking. It was given 72, but he said he was in his 40s. So that they go to each person and ask why they popped the balloon. And this younger guy, he was just like, well, no shade. I'm not being rude or anything, but you resemble more of like my uncle, like you're a little too old for me. And the guy was like, oh, it never gave uncle. Oh God. Oh. He was so mad. He said it never gave uncle. Oh, it never gave. Oh, I'm telling you, that's like a stem for me. I could be washing the dishes and out of nowhere I'll be like, oh, it never gave uncle. It never gave uncle. Whew. Gay pop the balloon is hilarious. It is hilarious. And then when you go in the comments, because especially on YouTube, there be gay guys on there from other shows that are on YouTube. And it's always somebody like, I know he not on Pop the Balloon. He was just fighting down at the Bulldog. The comments are so hilarious. And then don't let him do porn. Dude, like, I'm subscribed to his OnlyFans. Why is he gonna pop the balloon? Gay pop the balloon is elite. Elite. I be dying watching that stuff. Oh Lord, but like the straight pop the balloon, it's so depressing. I can't. I think the last straight pop the balloon I watched, this gorgeous dark skinned girl, the guy picked her, and she was just like, "Oh, I didn't think that you would like me." He was like, why? He was like, well, because, I didn't think that I was your type. You too old. You are too old to be thinking that men won't like you because you're dark skinned. Girl, no, please. Don't embarrass me. Don't embarrass me. Oh, yes. It's a heart at the bottom. I'm still in my Valentine's Day. I still have my Valentine's Day kitchen. I think I'm going to let it go right before Easter. I kind of like it. It's real cute. I knew what song you were talking about. I need a roughneck. I need a dude with an attitude who don't use his fingers in his food. Corking upstairs again, cymbals, dragging. Listen, I knew that song. I knew that song before I was allowed to sing it. How he knocked the boots last night, but he's a roughneck, so that's all right. I said, MC Light, okay. Didn't know that it would end up being my type. My God, today. Pray for me, y'all. I'm joking. Our cute YouTuber said, hey, Nikki.Star Pam, are we getting a 90-day review? I thought of you when watching. Yes. Monday is going to be, oh, shoot, we got a lot of stuff to talk about on Monday. Oh, I might do 3 lives on Monday, depending on how these stitches go, y'all. That's the thing. I've been doing a bit too much, so it's been hurting a little bit more than this side did. So give me a second. This weekend, I'm not going to do any talking. I'm trying to shut up. And that's why I'm on here this is probably the longest I've ever been on, because I haven't been on all week, and I missed y'all, but I got to chill. No, I don't. He is much older, but he is so funny and so sweet. I'm just like, and now I'm like, whenever I go to that market, I'm like studying. It's so crazy. I'm studying up on like Igbo culture so I can like have something to say. Because he won't let it go. So I feel like I need to have something to say whenever I see him. Ooh. Dolly said, honestly, Nikki, you look Ghanaian to me. It's the bone structure and eyes. Thank you. Oh, Evo. I said Igbo. Evo. Evo. Okay, Evo. Well, listen, I'm doing my research. Wait, I think I was looking at it today. Did I have it on here? He got me so nervous. Yeah. Wait. It's literally right here. I was doing research. Like every time I'm about to go to that market, so I can just have something to talk about because he won't let it go. And he's really also like kind of annoyed that Black Americans like won't do like the research and go back to Africa. And I'm like, oh, it's a little difficult. I don't know what to say, y'all. He was like, you should come home. And I'm like, I know. Oh, it was just so funny. That whole interaction. It was just hilarious. Right? He let me know. Evo. We are Evo child. Hey, Christina said, Nikki, did you see Alex said he is waiting for his real wife to get a haircut and shave? Realistically, yeah. He's just a mean dude. He is not. I'm so mad that Nicki Vanessa was so easy on him. Like, no, y'all gotta get into him like y'all got into Chris. Give Me Shelter said, honestly, look how every oppressed person on the planet expresses themselves through hip hop, but got the nerve to be anti-Black. We make things and they steal it with no regard. And that is on us. That is on us. We can't get mad. We are the cookout invite people. Look at Jack Harlow. He's just playing in the culture. That's our fault. Soto Stuff said, before the 90 days, someone changed. Excellent casting. I absolutely agree. They did their big one with this. But yeah, CM said Nick was in the Behind the Villa trailer, but he's not on the show. He probably did that at the time for, them. Because Nick is still such a good friend to these people. And I'm just like, baby, you just got to elevate. Y'all not in the same place. Let them go. Social Stuff said, no shade to the meth community is crazy work. Yeah, no shade. I know they got the issues. I just feel like, please, I don't want that to be the representation of Philly. We got enough going on. Don't do that to us. Don't do that to us. Please, no. Please, no. Give each other that quiet racist. Remember when those Italian no-nos pulled out their switchblades to confront the white Black Lives Matter activists? They ain't real quiet racists. I hate to say this. Funny story about racism. During a Black Lives Matter protest in Philly, they were all like chanting, like, Black Lives Matter. Like they were all chanting certain things. And while they were chanting like these positive Black things, there was this white guy, clearly was homeless, like clearly was, unhoused human. Something was going on with him. So he starts chanting, free Black people, free Black people. And everyone's like, yeah, free Black people. So he's saying all these chants and everybody's going along with him. And then like while he's saying all these positive like Black people chants, he starts screaming, stop killing N-words. And he didn't say N-word. And it went from everybody rallying around this man, saying his chants with him and cheering him on, to everybody going, oh, wait. They were all like, oh, wait, no, that's not okay. And you can hear like the liberal white people being like, oh. Ooh. I hate when racism is funny, but I like watch that video at least 3 times a month at some point. Like whenever I'm feeling down, I watch that video because they were like, yeah, Black Lives Matter, free Black people. And then he's like, stop killing. and everything just switched. They were like, oh no, no. And this one white guy was like, that's not okay. Ooh, sometimes racism be funny. Ooh, Lord. Oh, they're going to turn the tables. All them black people that is building that platform. That's why everyone's like, you need to get on Tubi. I'm like, I'm not helping Fox build nothing. I'm not putting no money in the Rupert Murdoch's pockets. The devil is a liar. I'd rather put it in Mickey Mouse's pockets. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But they are going to do the switch up. As soon as they make enough money that they can put into the white community, ciao. 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 Oh, the Oscars are this Sunday. Let me call Arnold. Because me and Arnold was supposed to do a red carpet review for the NAACP Awards and the Actors Awards, SAG-AFTRA Awards. But he had to work on certain days, and then I had this, so we couldn't do it. But we're absolutely gonna do something for the Oscars. Give Me Shelter said, well, Hollywood ain't making money because no one needs live action films. Every single Disney animated film. I'm so bored with TV and film. And I was the one to talk about film in the past. Well, yeah, but now it's up to, the people who are being pushed out. You got to create something now. KT35 said, you're right. They be dumping ridiculous amounts of money into just Shamrock Shake and Sydney Sweeney, but we still don't want them because they are forcing them on us because they want to make them happen. They want you to believe that these people are the standard. It's not working anymore. It's not. Oh, we always talk about this. 2Love29. 229 said being black would be super popular again. It's like this. We are living. This is the 70s. Look at this war. It's giving Vietnam. It's giving Vietnam. We're losing this war. We're losing this war. Them Americans, them American children over there, them working class American kids are dying in a record number. Iran been waiting for. See, this is the thing. Iran been waiting for a fight. Iran has been waiting to box with somebody. My God, today. They've been waiting for somebody to pop off. Now Donald Trump want to call this war off. Iran said, no, let's keep fighting. Iran said, no, let's keep dancing. No, let's go. We finished our missiles from 2013. We about to stock up 2020 to 2014. We ready. We've been waiting for you to say something. We've been waiting for you to say something. And now you're going to kill 168 of their daughters? It's up forever. It's up forever. We're losing. We're losing. It's about to be Vietnam all over again. When them young kids start getting shipped back home in them caskets, Gen Z, who already don't want to work, is going to be like, oh, I'll get locked up. Gen Z is going to go to prison. They're going to be like, oh, no, I don't want to do this. Them kids don't want to work. You think they want to go to war? You think you drafting Gen Z? Okay. They will go to prison. They will do time. They're not going to go to war. It's the 70s all over again. Get ready. I hate to say it, but that's the reason why I'm getting snatched. I'm sorry, Lord. Because I always said, if I lived in the 70s, I would be unstoppable. I knew I would have ate it up. I'm literally in the gym, not for any other reason. You thought it would have been, or it should have been because of my health. You know what I mean? I'm also at the age where I got to start working out to stay alive. Ciao. Scary times. But I'm like, if the 70s is coming back around again, I want to be able to wear bell bottoms and a crop top with my afro. The outfits that I have in my mind. And I got outfits for the disco. Girl, when they bring Studio 54 back, I'll be there. I won't be doing coke, but I'm going to be riding in on a horse. I'm getting ready. The 70s, no shade. these chocolate melons, oiled up in a half shirt with some low-rise bell bottoms. Prepare to be sick of me. Prepare to be sick of me. I've been praying for the 70s. I said I would have ate them 70s up. God said, okay, if you can, if you think you're going to do that, here's your moment. Prepare to be sick of me. Prepare to be sick of me. I'm doing my little edge control sacred drops. I'm getting the afro ready. Please now. I have my whole Pinterest board of all my outfits. I'm ready. Oh my God. I'm going to be in them clubs looking amazing. I can't wait. I can't wait, child. The 70s is here, girl. Get ready. Dahlia said, Glenn Powell is a living embodiment of Paige, and no one can tell me differently. How was he a thing? Got to be an op. I will say, I really love Glenn Powell as just a person. I think he's a really good guy. And Glenn Powell has been in the industry for a very long time, so he deserves his flowers, right? I think he also would be honest and say he's being pushed for an agenda. But he's been acting in this industry since he was a kid. Give that man his flowers, but they're forcing him on us because he's just a white guy. If they really think that he is that talented, they will put him in more stuff where his expertise could be put on display. They're not. They're just putting him in anything because he's a white guy and they're trying to make it work. But I'm not going to get mad at him for collecting a check. Why not? Give Me Shelter said, white people have never honored the one drop rule until they wanted to claim Obama. And he said, I'll pass. Michelle said, none of those people are coming in her house. They can stay in their cars. Child. She did not play. She ran a strict program. Dahlia said, I don't go by the one drop rule. I go by culture. Halle Berry is black because she's 10 toes down for black culture by choice. Drake isn't black. He's biracial. Rashida, okay. Now, why Rashida catch a stray? But see, this is what I'm saying. Why would you name your biracial child Rashida if her mom is white? And you know, and Quincy, you knew you wasn't going to stick around. So why would you allow her to name that girl Rashida? She looked ridiculous. Now everybody expecting her because her name was Rashida. Everybody is expecting her to rep black culture because she's Rashida. So y'all shouldn't have named her Rashida. Now that white baby has a mom named Rashida. That's weird. That's weird. It's weird. I cannot believe it. I mean, being black is hard enough. For black and from Philly, and you raise that crackhead Demogorgon, like, girl, what the hell were you on? How did that come out of a black womb? It explains the meth addiction. Damn. Dahlia said, we'll never get rid of ageism in the gay community because it's nothing but men who are notorious. That's true. You have to watch that episode. Oh, it never gave uncle. I screamed. He was so pissed off. And the comments are even better. KT35 said that couple with the dark-skinned woman and a light-skinned dude with the dreads are actually still together. Oh my God. Last I heard, I think her statement came from knowing people look down on dark skin. Yeah, I know. And I felt bad for her. I really did. But I was like, ugh, girl, she was so gorgeous. I hate that for her. I hate that was her experience. Oh no, I never see. I don't know if you guys realize this. If you don't, I'm gonna let you know. Black Americans were raised Pan-African. So like you saying that I look Nigerian or Ghanaian, I don't take that as an insult. I was like, oh, I love that. Because that you're telling me that I look black. And that's like a Black American, we always feel a little something, about being mixed race. Because it wasn't by choice. So we all really like to look black. Right. So I know I think it's a compliment. I love it. Give Me Shelter said, oh, let me read the comments. I'm sorry. Because people who listen to me like for me to read the comments. So I'm sorry. Let me read this. Dahlia said, I'm glad you took my opinion about your ethnicity as a compliment. It was. No shade to the Nigerians. Y'all are amazing too. So that's what I was responding to, guys. Give Me Shelter said, Nikki looks like a Caribbean queen. She kept the best parts of the ancestors. Cue Jeffrey Osborne. Caribbean queen. Oh. K235 said, thank you. Give Me Shelter. K235 said, tell him to research the term ethnogenesis and how Black Americans over centuries and racial mixing became their own ethnic group and new culture, just like Jamaicans or Haitians did in the Caribbean. I love that advice. I'm not taking it. I just want to have enough information to do like a quick conversation and go. That man will talk about Nigeria all day. I don't have time. I want to be like, oh yeah, I just want to have a little Igbo thing to say and move on. I don't. We couldn't get out the parking lot. He kept us there for so long. I was like, Mom, I have to go. I got a life. Like, I can't be in this parking lot all day talking about Nigerians. I want to go. So I just need a little bit of. I don't want to get into ethnogen. I don't want to take the conversation and make the relationship deeper than what it is. I want to be a very high and by because it's my local market and I like that market. I'm not coming up off that market, so I don't want to. You know what I mean? So I'm just making nice. It's just nice talk. That's all it is. Dahlia said Vanessa and Nick can't really get into Alex like they did Chris because he didn't really do anything wrong. All he did was say no to sex and share his type. Chris was a monster. Very true. They were. K235 said the liberal white people were probably like, you need to leave. They were so disgusted. So disgusted. It is. I know you had the video. Can you send it to me? Please. K235 said, you're right. We always complain about Tubi, but we really need to appreciate it before they start. It's absolutely going to happen. Oh, I forgot about that. I will. Dolly said, honestly, I love to do a review of Essence Black Woman in Hollywood event. Everybody ate down. I love it. I love it. Here's the thing. I'm getting closer. I'll be there. Because like when you start seeing people that you like know and like was on the same stage with and was on the same TV show with, like when people in your like circle start getting invited to the Essence Black Woman in Hollywood event, you know it's coming. You know you're up next. I know far too many people at this point. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna be there. Give Me Shelter said Timothy Chalamet, the Nepo baby, pissed off I can't believe the way dumb ballerinas are whacking him. Crazy work. Georgia Peach said, you may have answered this before, but did your people reach out or did you apply to traders? No, I did not. I did not apply to traders because I just realized how they did the black. Like, if they are doing black celebrities like that, what they gonna do to me? And I just felt like that show wasn't safe for my black body. So I was just like, no, I'm not gonna do it. Because I have to think about these things. I am a black woman who is dark-skinned and plus size. I'm not gonna get a good edit. And although I know my community will probably hold me down if I make it on that show, the trauma from that experience is not something that I want to put myself through, especially since what we're currently living in. I'm okay. So I didn't do it. Well, thank you for asking. Dahlia said, this would be the war to break the American dominant hold on the world. Can't even be upset because it's well overdue. It absolutely will. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Miranda said, Iran has been preparing since we overthrew their government the first time. Let's not forget that when they held hostage at the embassy for 2 years, they released it. Black people love holding on to this. I'm hoping they feel the same way that they did back in the 90s. I'm hoping that they realize Black America ain't want this. I'm hoping that they didn't forget that. Social Stuff said, I just started back working out. I've been going to solid core. Lord help me. Girl, I'm doing Pilates. I'm also doing this weight training class. Oh, it's about when the 70s come back, I will be ready. I will be ready. I will be ready. I'm not playing. Oh, let me tell you something. I already have all of my black is beautiful shirts, brown sugar. I'm ready. I'm ready for the 70s. I'm ready. 70s 2.0. I'm ready. Oh, I'm ready. Miranda said, Iran is very clear on who wronged them because Iran wouldn't have let the U.S. or Great Britain steal their oil anymore. This started in the 50s and Trump never understood that. He don't know what he's doing. He don't know what he's doing. You gonna kill them people's leaders and families and their daughters, almost 200 of them, and you think you're gonna walk away from this? He wanted the truce. They said, keep your truce. We killing everybody. Why did he go bother them people? They gonna whip our tail. As long as they know who voted for this. That's it. K235 said, I think giving their child a black sounding name has to do with wanting to mark their territory in a sense. True. Even if the man knows he's not going to stick around, they still take pride in planting with men. Ugh. 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 Two Love 29. A lot of people are saying that. Two Love 29 talk about Timothy Schumacher. Said, I think he said this on purpose because it's Oscar season and he ain't going to win. I will be honest with you. I thought it was so foolish. Like, you're campaigning all the way up until the Oscars start. You're campaigning all the way up until that moment. So to kill your campaign like that was crazy to me. I don't know if this interview came out before the voting or after, but I'm just like, your campaign, you have to be so squeaky clean. Let me tell you something. If I'm ever up for an Oscar, I want to be so PC. Y'all going to be like, Nikki, who is this? And I'm telling you right now, I'm squeaky clean until I get that award. Then we're back. Okay? Just know I got to do my due diligence. Okay? I got to real all lives matter, Nikki. Oh, I love America. Oh, I love it here. I love the melting pot of this nation and who we have all become. I think that there are no red states or blue states. There's just the United States. God bless America. I'm telling you right now, I might fake a relationship with some Hollywood guy. He might be white, guys. It is what it is. I got to get that Oscar. But I'm going to fake a relationship and I'm going to be very I'm so glad that I get to serve him as a woman. Y'all know what I'm doing. Just support me. And I'll be, by his side while he's doing his interviews. And I'm like, oh, my king. I'm so proud of him. But this is about him today. It's not about me. Go ahead, honey. You got, what does Tayana do? As soon as she got her little award, she got rid of that biracial with the light eyes. That British man, what's his name? Mufasa, she got rid of him. She was like, okay, thank you. Your job is done. You got to do what you got to do. You got to do what you got to do. Just support me, y'all. Just support me. Y'all know that's not me. Just support me. Just know that when I walk up that stage with that award, I'm back. Woo! Dahlia said, I feel like they're doing too much with Chalamet. What he said was factually incorrect and offensive, but they're really trying to burn him into an effigy. Here's the thing. It's very smart that they're whacking him the way they're whacking him, because to say that it's a dying art form you use this huge celebrity's popularity, and you put your work back out there. And they have been doing that. Opera singers are singing and showing him what their talents are, or showing the world what their talents are by using this trending topic. The people in the ballet community are doing the same thing. It, I think they're whacking him, but they're also advertising off of him. Smart move. K235 said Iran literally is not the one to play with, but this admin is too greedy, power hungry, and historically ignorant to understand. Or maybe they do and purposely try to destroy the U.S. They're idiots. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know. They wanted to start war, but they started war with people who've been waiting for them. They've been waiting. They said, oh, you want to be funny? We're going to be hilarious. I'm telling you, when them caskets start coming up, when them caskets start coming home, and it's not enough plane to carry them bodies, ciao. Give each other said, I'm sorry, but Pierre looks weird. Oh, that's his name, Aaron Pierre, Mufasa. I don't find him attractive at all. Maybe if I had an alien kink, I think he's attractive. Now, we all know what I like. Hello. It's giving South Sudanese. But I think he's attractive. He is, I think once he got the America on him, that helped. When he was in the UK, the British Aaron Pierre, didn't do it for me. American Aaron Pierre, okay, I see something. I understand. Dolly said Aaron did his job well. Tayana cut him a check with the bonus of for services rendered. Period. That's what you got to do. You got to get a cute little PR relationship. During the Oscar season. Because you can't be I am woman, hear me roar while campaigning for an Oscar. I agree. Give me Shelly said Charlamagne's mom was an opera. That was that gag. Also, the arts are losing funding and interest. And to say that at a time when people are just really in the trenches with their art, and to come from that was very, very, very weird. Princess said he's fine to me, but I'm also not a fan of green eyes. And this is just maybe my thing since I was a child. People with light eyes have always really just scared me just a bit. And I think it's maybe because all the Dracula movies with light eyed people, the Lost Boys didn't help that. So I've always just been very a little jarring with people with light eyes. I do think that people with light eyes are very beautiful. I love, especially with the redheads, people with red hair, and they have those green hazel eyes. I think that is so gorgeous. It does take me a minute because I'm a little, oh, especially if they're staring at me. Remember I told you about that guy in middle school that liked me, junior high, that liked me. He had them light eyes, and I was he would be staring at me, and I would be please stop. It's a little, at first, it's not, I think you're all beautiful. It's just a little at first when it's just oh. It's just, so I can't. So a light-eyed man is not for me. It's a little, I can't do that. I can't. You wake up in the middle of the night, you turn over, he's staring at you with them light eyes. Girl, I would be terrified. I would be so terrified. I couldn't do it. It's not for me, but I know it's for somebody else, and good for them. Good for them. I need my man's eyes to be just as dark as that skin. Just glistening under the moonlight. Love a black man from infinity to infinity. Give me something. Said I thought Zendaya was in a PR relationship, but she loves her. Oh no, that's her baby. That's her husband. That's her husband. Oh, she loves him. Now y'all know how I feel. But I really like that couple. They are he loves her down. They work. You know what I really like about them? They give me a couple that you would find at a performing arts high school. That's what they give me. Like, I love them down. I love them down. Um, Dolly said, I don't normally go for light skinned guys. Sorry, but Aaron is fine. He got a little rough neck to him. Here's the thing. Y'all know what my type is, right? And it's not that I don't find light skinned men attractive. They absolutely are. The thing about it, especially if he is light skinned and if he's biracial, though they are very dangerous. Like they have to prove their blackness, and for some reason, them proving their blackness is like through violence, and it's just like no, I can't. It's always they always a little crazy too. Not all, but it's just like I need you to be secure in your blackness, and if you feel like you need to prove it through education and community building. I don't need you like trying to start a rap career and robbing people. Like, no, that's no. What kind of blackness do you want? Like that, I can't do that. So they always just a little too much. And I'm like, I don't need. I need you to be secure in that blackness for me. It's you doing too much. You doing too much. And then I kind of feel like a trophy. Can we talk dark skin girl? Have you ever dated like a light skin guy, a light skin black guy, and it's just like, are you with me because you're attracted to me or because I'm dark? What is this? You know, can we talk about being fetished by black men? Real scary. Real scary. Just like, are you here because you like me? Or am I completing you in your blackness? What's that? What's going on? What's going on? You gotta watch them. That's where it came from. I gotta be very honest with you. When I see, as a child, when I saw people with like light eyes, I was thinking vampires. Am I the only one? Am I the only one? I would think vampires. Because that everybody who was a vampire back in the day had light eyes. So I was like, oh, you know what I mean? So I can't get into it. Like I know how people are like, oh, I need a man with light. I cannot get into it. It's scary. No shade. Y'all are beautiful people. It's just scary for me. It's just scary for me. I can't. I'm sorry, honey. Honey said us light eyes sometimes have that inbred gene going on. Oh my God. Is that why y'all got light eyes? Oh Lord. Kirsten said Bibbs has been trying to trick a US president into war for decades. Trump is dumb enough to he got it. He been waiting. He should have never dropped them kids in that movie. CM said Michael Ealy ruined light eyes after he dropped them children. And for color girls, we had never looked at him the same. K235 said, I feel the same way about light eyes, LOL. Like, that's cute in theory, but I prefer my man chocolate, which, I just, no shade. I love everybody. God made all of us. We are all beautiful. I'm just saying, because I associate light eyes with vampires, don't have light eyes in New Orleans. I know you a vampire. I know who you are. 2Love29 said, I don't know. A man that's strong, masculine, and attractive. I don't care about skin tone no more. All right. I know that's right. She said, let's open it up. Let's open it up. 2Love29 said a lot of dark-skinned men have just as much issues as the lighter ones you meant? Yeah, true. Kathy said, Nikki, when I met my husband's cousins, 6 of them have green eyes along with my husband. When I say it freaked me out being the only person in the room. It's just a little, we love y'all though. We love y'all. You got to go to Philly. You got to go to, see, here's the thing. I got to be honest with you. 2Love29 said, dark-skinned men, one light-skinned women. I'm going to be honest with you. When I left Philly, that was something that I heard a lot, and I see it all the time in LA. I don't come from that, right? My family, both sides of my family, everybody is dark. All the couples in my family are dark-skinned couples. So I never thought that I wouldn't have a dark-skinned partner. It just made sense. Like this was it. Have I ever dated a light skin? One time. Wasn't for me. No shade. I don't think it was because he was light. It was, because it was like a part of his identity, and I thought it was kind of weird. I was like, we're black. What are you doing? But he had, oh my God, he had light eyes too. He had light eyes. But I had a period at that time, so it was more hormonal. I wasn't scared of light eyes then. You got them hormones and everything. So it was like, it's like a young period too. So you're like, hormones are crazy. So I didn't care about the light eyes then, child. But I did that one time, and I couldn't take the light skin being a part of his identity. But that was the only one. The majority of the guys, they've been dark. Darker than me, child. I gotta go back. I gotta take a trip to Philly this summer. Especially if I'm on my 70s. Girl, I'm gonna be a menace in them streets. But it wasn't, I didn't get pretty for a dark-skinned girl until I moved out to LA. I thought that was the weirdest. When that happened to me, I was like, huh? He's like, oh no, you're beautiful, you're pretty. We just don't have dark-skinned girls out here. And I'm like, what are you talking? It was so weird to me. But that's just not my norm. Like where I'm from, black girls, dark-skinned girls get chosen. Like the dark-skinned girls, like you wanted to be the dark-skinned girls in school. And it wasn't because they were dark-skinned. They were just popular. It was like a really big, for me, like my understanding was just not that until I moved outside of Philly. So for me, that's not a reality, right? I'm a dark-skinned black man's first choice because it's just what it is for my reality. But I do know that that's not everybody else's reality. But I do like to also like counter that because it's just like I can't relate to that experience. I do understand now as an adult living outside of what I lived in, but I just feel like you got to go where black men are. Like the black men who are in black communities, those are the black men that go for black women. No matter what you look like, no matter the skin tone. But I do understand what you mean. Dahlia said, Renee Jean Page might be the most secure, light-skinned black guy. Got his little cute high top fade. Never does too much. He's a sweetie. I thought he went back home to do some acting. But, oh no, he has that movie with one of them sisters. Yeah. Well, good that he's back. K235 said, that's the fact that I never forgave Michael Ealy. Yeah, it changed. When he did that movie, we were all like, He used to be the lover boy. Remember? He was a lover boy. Give Me Shelter said, Nikki, the fun people came to play tonight. I was a little under the weather, but the girls said, take your medicine and get in the game. We need more of your energy, Nikki. Oh, thank you. This was fun. I'm literally hopped up on ibuprofen. But I'm glad that I got on here. This was fun. I missed y'all. Dahlia said, I thought my dad was colorist because my mom is light. Then he got with my stepmom who's darker than him. Turns out he just likes beautiful women. Really true. K235 says, same in my family. We only got like 4 light-skinned people. We mostly all chocolate over here. So I expect my future husband to help us continue that legacy. Yeah, especially when I got older and moved out of Philly, of course. And people are always talking about, black love. Like, I didn't know that black love was like a thing. People are like, black love. We need black love. And I'm like, huh? I didn't know that it was something that like people were like really trying to make happen because it's just normal to me. Like everybody I know was dark. I didn't realize that Philly was Nigeria. My God, today everybody is dark skinned. Come on, we do have light skinned black people in Philly, but I'm just like, y'all. You mean that you need to make it happen? Black love just happens. I didn't know you had to work at it. What a culture shock. What a culture shock. Two Love 29 said, I'm brown skin. I thought I'm just dark skin, but I was told I'm brown. Let me tell you something. Normally, I'm a little milk chocolate thing, right? Don't let me get to an island. My God, today, the woman that I am, when I get to an island, my God, today. May the colonizer never rest for the beauty he took away from me. Don't let me get to a black island at that. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. The way that sun kisses me. My God, today. My God, today. You know what? Dahlia said, I never struggled to dark-skinned black women getting chosen. I know colorism is a thing, but not in my part of Houston. Here's the thing. I don't feel like, and I don't, as a dark-skinned black woman, I don't really like to speak on this too much because I'm just like, I don't want to invalidate my sister's experiences. The thing about it is, I have always been popular with the boys. I've just never, it wasn't until I did, you guys know, I did the Dark Girls documentary years ago. And it wasn't until I did that documentary and they were like fishing for things for me to say. I didn't know that they wanted like bad stories about being dark skinned. When they asked me to be a part of it, I said, of course. I thought we were going to talk about the beauty of being dark and just like black and proud. Like that's what I thought it was going to be. And then they were like asking me about how people treated me poorly because of my dark skin. I was like, I actually had an opposite experience. Like everybody told me I was beautiful. My whole life. Everybody told me I was beautiful. And the one thing that they said was the most beautiful thing about me was my skin color. So I was like, I don't have those experiences. And so I'm like fishing for things. I'm like, I remember a chocolate chip. My grandmother called me a chocolate chip cookie and my mom cussed her out. Was trying to find stuff, but I had a really positive experience being a dark-skinned person. And so I thought that that's what the documentary was going to be about. I did not know that they were looking for like sad stories. And then when I watched the documentary, I was gagged. When those women were talking about like being bullied for being dark and the things that people, I was just like, oh my God, I didn't know that happened, to be quite honest with you. Because again, I just didn't have like those experiences, but I also was raised by like dark-skinned people in a dark-skinned family. So it wasn't much room for like colorism because it's just like, we all the same shade. So, you know what I mean? But I could now as I'm older, I can understand, those experiences because I honestly experienced a lot of colorism in the industry that I'm in, especially with Black productions. So I get that now as an adult, but I didn't go through those things as a child. And as a young person growing up, I really didn't get that. I didn't really experience colorism until I moved to LA, until I started like working in the industry professionally. I was like, oh, that's what it is. But I was able to take it a little differently because I was older and I had already had so much confidence as a Black woman. It didn't need to be dark skin. I just already had so much confidence in, my looks, that I didn't really, it didn't really faze me the way it would had I grown up with those experiences. And so the documentary, really watching it, I was like, oh my God. Like it was very new to me. Very new to me. Not anymore. I've done the work. I've done the research. I get it now. But I was like, oh, this is something that does happen. Fortunately for me, it wasn't my experience. And it is absolutely heartbreaking that dark-skinned Black women have to go through that, especially so many of us so beautiful. It's really not you. It's that person's insecurity and low self-esteem that makes them treat you the way that they do. But, that's something that you say now. But if you're experiencing that as a child, you don't know that. Absolutely heartbreaking. It it works every time. It works every time. Or older white women. Uh, they will let you know who you are. You know, this is another thing. A sign that I two communities let me know that I'm gorgeous, right? Outside of like, the black community and the white community. If children go up for you, you are stunning. Stunning. If gay men go, especially gay black men, you're bad, mama. They don't gas up just anyone. You're bad. Those two communities right there. That's how you know. Princess says, I'm born and raised in LA and I want me a country dark skinned man. It's hard to think about moving to another state though. I will say this as somebody who lived in Atlanta briefly. It's a different world, child. The men are gorgeous. It's a different world. Open carry. It's a different world. It's a different world. Dahlia said, most of my family is lighter skinned than me, but I never felt other. I feel very blessed to never have to deal with that. Yeah, to be honest, it really is a blessing because it's obviously something that's done a work on many dark skinned people's minds, young girls and young boys who are now like older and like, going on Pop the Balloon and thinking while you're sitting there, this stunning goddess, not thinking that she will be chosen because of the color of your skin. I would never think that because I didn't experience that, or I didn't know what was happening. Right? If it did, grew up with a very protective mother who just, was blocked a lot of that, or nobody would try it. But I could not imagine. I never thought I was like. There's no part in my life where I thought I was unattractive. Sometimes I be gagged. Like if a guy don't like me, I'm like, what's wrong with you? You don't like me? Hold on. Why? Anyway, y'all, I have I'm gonna end with K235 because I feel the stitches. I've been doing too much. K235 said, I think that's one of the best things about growing up in a mostly black city. You're surrounded by other people who look like you, so colorism doesn't seem as pronounced in mixed and white spaces. Very true. Very true. That's why I love that city so much. I don't know if I could go back to like if I wanted to raise a family. I don't know if I could raise it there, but I love who I am. I love, and it's because of my environment. My God, today. My God, today. But let me get out of here, y'all. We've been on, I think we broke a record, right? I think we've never been on here for 5 hours before. My God, today. Look at us. Look at us. I love this. I am going to take a break. I want to see how I feel on Monday. If I'm doing a lot better on Monday, then I might do 2 lives. If I'm not doing too well, I might do 1 or none. We're going to see. We're going to see. Because this is the most I've talked in a very long time. I'm a little nervous, but I'm also on ibuprofen. So I probably won't feel nothing till that baby wear off. So we will see. But thank you all so much for sticking with me. 200 of you guys are still here. We've been on for 5 hours. I love you all so much. Thank you so much. Please make sure you like the video, hype the video, share if you care. And prayerfully, I will see you on Monday. Love you all. Good night, good morning, good afternoon. Mwah. What great conversations we have here. My God, today. I love you, Star Family.